ultimates though.
You do see an engagement going down. Feather Airstrike going off as well. Yuzong trying to get to the backline. Vader able to take out Rock Bomba. Down goes Vexana. Fighting out over those M1K3. He's going to go ahead and get an answer back, taking out Faramis. That is 2 members down for the side of Dark Immortals on this aggressive fight in the mid lane. But they are not done there. They're going to go ahead and try and take this tower as well. But you are seeing Jay trying to zone him off. Can he handle the power of Hanako and M1K3? Looks like no. Too much range damage to kind of stop. And they are going to quickly make God's work of this objective. But a shutdown, as you are seeing a kill over there by Rock Bomba picked up. Jay actually getting shut down in that play from them in that mid lane. And man, oh man, you got to give it to Team Saint, able to kind of win out these engagements. But speaking of engagements, Lord is in effect. The question is, who will it go to? Looking like the side of Team Saint is killing spree activated over there by Farz. Is going to quickly burst down and get a kill. You do see Lord going into the hands of St. Laurent. Blazing Duet going down with the Feather Airstrike, and that is a double kill over there by Farza on Hanako. Man, what a play. Down goes Rock Bomba, and also down goes to the Lord. And Team Saint, they are definitely doing the dash, and they are trying to end this game and take this series away from Dark Immortals.
Definitely executing their composition really well. They were struggling a little bit in the early game, but they were able to turn this game around. We're seeing that they're sinking these lanes, possibly trying to see if they can end this. Even though the side of Dark Immortals has the Faramis at their disposal, the side of Team Saint is engaged right now.
Yeah, you do see that heavy spin onto the turret, and they were able to take it. Feather Airstrike going down from Hanako for some zone damage, and you are seeing the side of Team Saint being very comfortable right now, but the question is, do they overstay their welcome? As we know, a lot of teams get overly aggressive. Conceal play going out. Blazing Duet getting to the back line, doing some serious damage. M1K3 does it, takes out Rock Bomba. Black Dragon forcing out the Cold Altars. He hovers over it, decides not to drop down, is going to decide to kind of shift that focus back out of that tower, as that is not the fight he wants to take. But another inhibitor falling for the side of Team Saint, as they were able to take the bottom side as well, leaving only 2 inhibitors left. And the question is, how long can Dark Immortals withstand this heavy aggressive tempo from Team Saint?
Right, and they don't really have an answer for it technically, right? Because if we look at these items here, they have, looking at Rock Bomba, almost locking in those 2 core items. We do see again Faramis locking in that immortality as well as a dominance ice. Definitely going to help against some of that anti-sustain that the side of Team Saint has at their disposal. Speaking of though, we're getting to that late game, and Claude already locking in those 3 core items definitely has the damage. Speaking of the having damage,
you are seeing a possible clash on the way over on this blue buff. Feather Airstrike again over there by Farza on Hanako is going to go ahead and hit the mark, take out Soy. That is Faramis out of the play. No more Co-Alter into the hands of Dark Immortals, which is a 5-for-4 clash. This is the time for Team Saint to push, and it looks like they are going exactly for that. Electo final blow, unable to hit the mark, but getting a little bit of a wall for iPost to get back into the base. But speaking of the base, looks like another possible push for an inhibitor in the mid lane. Blazing Duet going in. Look at the clash. Look at the Feathered Airstrike. Too much to handle. And down goes iPost. Out goes the Co-Alter, but a little too late. Unable to save iPost in that engagement. And now you are seeing Team Saint kind of shift their focus over to this Lord, as they realize this may be the answer to finally close out this game and take this series. But look at Jay. Jay on this Benedetta, giving the vision for the team. But he does not have the numbers, and if he gets caught off, it is going to be a very bad time for him. And look, there it goes, already having to push off, and you are seeing the side of Team Saint with no contest, possibly taking this Luminous Lord. But Jay, still being that little fly, kind of buzzing around, trying to stop them from taking this, as they do not have Retribution. Ipos is not a play. St. Laurent able to get that Retribution. Heavy spin onto Jay. That over-aggression may be costly. That little bit of that engagement to try and get vision was too much for him to handle, and down he goes. And that is 1 member down, with the Luminous Lord slowly spawning in for the side of Team Saint.
It's worth it though. Your jungler was down. There was no need to go in for that contest. Looking at your composition, you have the ability to defend at your disposal. You were not going to be able to secure anything. Yes, you have that eye for an eye, but you didn't even get an eye. All you got was your demise. So the side of Dark Immortals definitely needs to have some more discipline, and Team Saint has, at this point, earned their respect against them, right? They did lose the first game, but they were able to come back And we're seeing them take this lead in this game 3 here. And honestly, does the side of Dark Immortals have what it takes to defend this last clash?
Speaking of clash, you do see Lord slowly making his way into the Nexus, but Feather Airstrike going down. St. Laurent getting a kill onto Beatrix. That is the Marksman down. Rock Bomber down as well. And the Marksman and the Mage for the side of Dark Immortals. And the engagement does not stop there. It's down. Go see Inhibitor into the hands of M1K3. You do see the Dragon Tail over there by Yuzong trying to get a kill, proccing the shot Essence, and he is able to hit the mark onto Ipos. You do see Lord crash it into the Nexus. And ladies and gentlemen, Team Saint takes the series.
Taking the series they were able to do, and looking at these items, right? The side of Team Saint here, everyone is pretty much stacked up. And that's the thing. What could you do as Dark Immortals? You have Hanako on this flash, so with these fettered airstrikes hitting you from the back line, right? But then you have M1K3 on this plot, all up in your face with that blazing duet, as well as Vader on this Yuzhong. So they were just getting hit from all sides there. And looking at these statistics, we can definitely see that coming into play. Looking at the heavy team fights coming from both teams here, it was one of those matches where you didn't really have a moment to breathe. Like, we were trying to give some item breakdowns, but these teams were breaking it down. And I'm not talking about dancing. They were dishing out these damage and getting these pickoffs, securing trades and objectives. But the only overall objective, winning the first series. Congrats to Team Saints.
Congratulations indeed. What an impressive lineup. I gotta give it to both sides. They definitely were neck and neck for these engagements, but only one team can prevail for the series, and that was definitely Team Saint. But I definitely see some improvement from both sides, so keep at it. Look forward to seeing what you guys bring to the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. Speaking of the Academy and speaking of things that are to come in the distant future, let's go ahead and take a look at the schedule. We did see Dark Immortals versus Team Saint. Team Saint able to close it out 2-1. Now we are moving on to D-Gods versus Avalanche in a best of 3. After that series, we are moving on to Team Chubby versus Nefarious, and then to finish off the day with the bonus series, Team Saficon versus Idyllics. I appreciate everybody tuning in. An insane match. I've seen the polls are out there. Everybody was voting, and I wonder if you guys definitely voted. I know voting has just not been my strong point. I voted everything on the Valley for my guest coins in Mobile Legends, and I need some compensation, Rim. I think you gotta. I think Rim's the. If anybody voted on the Valley, just reach out to Rim and she'll compensate you in diamonds if you guys lost your guest coins. All right, but I appreciate you guys. Definitely tune in as we are going to slowly embark into Game 2. Both teams currently getting prepared to jump into the Land of Dawn. So we'll be right back with you guys for Series 2.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home.
Now we are going to end war!
Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure.
I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line, right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the Valley.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me. You know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories. And something that's gotta give. Cause this shit just what I made it now. I made it now. You can't ever break us down. Break us down. I'll be speaking for the stars. Call me Chubby, what they not. And I'll never ever stop. Won't never stop. Yeah.
Touch your sky. You're a man of silver. Touch your sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the crowd. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight in our eyes, and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, you take your aim, you know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember. So many times, I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it proud. Don't let me down, don't let it all. I'm on the road, I got the start on my goals. And I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch your sky, you're a man of silver and gold. Touch your sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the crowd. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight in our eyes, and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is
coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
So turn it up, turn it up, turn it all the way up.
all of you get your hands up, all of you raise your hands up. Listen to what you feel and say. We gon' turn it up tonight. We gon' turn it up. We gon' turn it up.
The sky is so vast, isn't it? My little flare.
Papa, can you reach the sky and ignite the stars?
Of course, honey bunch.
Papa never returned home. He's among the stars now. But what about me?
Have faith, little flare.
This is a wonder to behold.
It's time to make the most of the moment. I'm Hoon, I'm mid lane for the Valley, and I'm ready.
I graduated high school a few months ago. Yeah. We dare to be great.
Dude, that's perfect. One more second.
Hello, my name is Fly Chicken. I'm XP lane from the Valley. Let's go.
Hey, it's basic. Again. We dare. We dare to improve. Hey, it's basic. Coordinator for the Valley. Let's go.
Say hi.
3 wasn't good enough.
There you go. One more time.
3 wasn't good enough.
One more time. You got it better one again.
Hi, I'm Chuck. I'm Legend for the Valley. Let's go.
You see my chapped lips on the camera? Like here a little bit? Don't disrespect the US of A. One more. Hi, I'm Moba Zane, Jungle for the Valley, and we're ready.
I want to fight Yahweh from the Eagle team for Philippines.
Definitely RRQ. They've done so much for Mobile Legends, and you could tell just by the amount of fans that they have. They've also been so driven. I mean, they've been in Mobile Legends for years and years and years, and they've always been pretty good. They've always, even when they weren't doing as well, even in this MPL, they bounced back in the second half of the season, and I have a lot of respect for them. They brought a lot for Mobile Legends. And in the Philippines, it probably blacklist, because they're actually the first team that, even after winning a World Cup, they just stayed driven, stayed focused, and now they're on their way to having a chance of getting their second World Cup win.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home.
Now we are going to end war!
Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure.
I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line, right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the Valley.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They've been talking to me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause it's just what I made it now, made it now. You can't ever break us down, break us down. I'll be reaching for the stars, promise I'll be what they not. And I'll never stop, won't never stop, yeah.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight in our eyes, and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, you take your aim, you know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember. So many times, I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I got the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it proud. Don't let me down, don't let it all. I'm on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight in our eyes, and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is.
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
So turn it up, turn it up, turn it up, oh yeah. All you get your hands up, all you raise your hands. Listen to what you feel inside. We gon' turn it up tonight, we gon' turn it up.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back into the Land of the Dawn. We are the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, and we are officially now on Series 2. What an amazing match for Series 1, an amazing series. Team Saint able to prevail with the 2-1 finish. Let's take a look at the schedule, though, before we embark into Series 2. So far, Dark Promoters versus Team Saint, 2-1 fashion. Team Saint takes the lead for the finish. Next up, we have D-Gods versus Avalanche, the team from Wild Wild West. D-Gods, revamped Demigods, going up against Avalanche, a brand new team we haven't really seen perform yet in the MLSA, so I'm expecting some great things to come in the Land of the Dawn for them. Speaking about the Land of the Dawn, speaking about the series, moving on forward, we have Team Chubby, another new team, going up against the team favorite Nefarious. We also have a caster on the desk who is a part of that team as well, who will be participating inside of that series as well. And then to finish off the day, the bonus series, Team Sapphicon versus Idyllics, and to finish it off with another best of 3. But jumping into this game, jumping into this series for number 2, Avalanche, the brand new team in the MLSA, going up against D-Gods. And I'm excited to see what they do inside of this match. There's not enough data on them, so I think D-Gods may need to play a little safe jumping into this. But speaking of the game, we are joined on the desk by an amazing on-point analysis going by the name of Eunice, a jack of all trades, also a player for Series 3 as well. How you doing today?
I'm doing good, and yourself?
I am doing great. Really don't know about Avalanche. I like seeing new teams, especially because new teams bring some more versatility. And it's you kind of expect things when you see teams back and back and back and back for multiple series, but when it's a brand new team, it kind of changes the entire dynamic. So looking at the draft today, right? We're looking at Avalanche on the blue side, and D-Gods will be on the right. Oh, actually, no, other way. D-Gods is on the left, and Avalanche will be on the right side today. So already picking up that Fredrin. Fredrin, we've seen him jungle inside of M4, and I honestly haven't been too impressed by it. I don't know if it's just a lack of macro or micro over there on the player or what, but hopefully Bombshell can kind of change my mind for this match. Human Bird is going to go ahead and lock in that Joy, one of those heroes that's constantly banned, and I'm expecting this to be in the XP lane since he's not slotted with that Retribution. And then to top it off, for the side of D-Gods, they also have Warrior who's going to lock in with a Wild Charge, those Guardian Barriers to keep the side or their opposers at bay, the Avalanche at bay inside of game 1.
And the thing is, like, I actually got harassed by a Fredrin a couple yesterday. So I actually had a Fredrin on EXP. I mean, our comp was just cancer compared to their thing, but it is a walking Petri. Coach Deku and I talk about this a lot back before when we first started doing the MLS Scrim Academy with these scrims and like these King of the Hills. We just underestimated that Fredrin a lot, so definitely we'll have to see how this Fredrin will play in the jungle area. I would actually prefer Joey on jungle and then swap roles and put Fredrin on EXP, but hey, it's all about team synergy. It's how they play, it's how they work with each other, so that's completely all up to them. But I do see a glue slotted with a Faramis. I'm actually very smart to pick up that Faramis though, because Faramis and Vexana are two heroes that counter a glue, because as soon as glue goes that ult, that split, definitely one smack of Faramis a second skill or a Vexana passive will actually ruin all of those little glue, those mini glues that come in through that glue. But speaking of draft though, I do see a Sicilian into a Leslie and then a Dairoth into a Kufra. I can't say too much yet. I really can't. It's a Faramis mid and it's a glue side. No, it's glue. Yeah, it is a glue side. Okay, I thought it was a glue roam for a second, but it is glue side. Definitely Faramis is going to punish that mid lane, that Sicilian. They have hyper clear, which means prio clear on the side of Avalanche for sure. Faramis is one of the best mages to just fast clear that mid lane due to his passive. So I'll have to see. Both mages are pretty good here, but for scaling wise, definitely gonna have to give it to the side of D-Gods. They have Sicilian and they do have that backline damage coming in, but I can't underestimate the Faramis, because Faramis can very easily backline and then just dive and then use ults. And we already know that Faramis is passive with that stack, so as soon as he dies, he can just come right back. So we're gonna have to see. I do see a Dairoth jungle in here into a Fredrin jungle. I'm honestly gonna question the emblem. I would actually rather take an emblem or high and dry onto a Dairoth for more pen and more damage to be able to proc with the rest of the team. But we'll have to see. I actually don't know yet. I do see a Leslie, which is a late game marksman. Leslie's lining up against a Beatrix. I feel like it's a neutral laning phase. Same for the Joy and the glue. Joy can just easily get out. There's no really too much going on for both lanes, but definitely mid lane will be an issue now. And Grok definitely needs to help Sicilian, but the issue is with Sicilian here, he needs his stacks. So he can't just, Grok can't really clear that lane. All he can do is just pretty much pressure the Faramis into trying to see what he can do with that. I mean, no stacks of Sicilian is no damage. I see Joy doing an early cut on that glue. Leslie's playing very safe, which is actually very good. A lot of poking in and out, lots of micro, but that Joy did see the tank coming in. Oh, very fast rotations by the side of Avalanche. But before things get too crazy, Wheezy, whose side draft pick are you favoring?
I'm not really too big of a fan of the Fredrin jungle, and then to top it off, a really good read over there by side to pick up that glue on this Joy. I think if any hero could take down Joy inside of the XP lane, it's definitely glue. But the question is, can Sai pull it off? And that's what we're gonna, be wondering as we progress through this match today. Looking on the bottom side, you are seeing that Leslie versus that Beatrix. Beatrix can be more of the aggressive, but you gotta watch out because Leslie has a little bit more range. But what Beatrix does offer is utility and versatility. But speaking of utility, heavy engagement into the bush. Warrior in a bad situation. 4v1. Barely any HP as well. Is going to go ahead and hug onto that wall to kind of negate CC and retreat. But speaking of retreat, look at Bombshell going down in, taking a kill, taking down glue. Down goes Sai, needing to be a little bit more aware of what is around the map. That is one of the things with glue. He does not have to take these engagements. You can play a little safe. Worst case scenario, as long as you don't fall in your lane, you can maintain that tower. But one thing you definitely do not want to do is fall before the first neutral objective. It's both teams kind of racing for this level 4. And there we go, turtle spawning in. Speaking of turtles, you are seeing an engagement on it right now. Keep forcing out, almost caught in a bad situation. Batch Feast activated. Now you see Nicole Alter as a direct response, trying to keep the team alive in the middle of this Batch Feast. And Praise's Wrath going down. Norbert securing the kill with the Bat's impact. Down goes Akiko. That is the Die Rock jungle for the side of Avalanche. And now they have the advantage to take this objective. Already 2 kills ahead. And now not only 2 kills, but possibly a neutral objective ahead as well. Split activated by side, trying to harass, trying to go into this turtle. But Praise's Wrath and the Retribution having other plans. That is turtle into the hands of D-Gods.
Absolutely. I don't know if you saw, but the glue split, it actually split off because of that wall. So nice read by that Grok. Definitely, I don't know, we were just denying that Frederick in jungle, but he's rotating pretty well and being able to proc these kills. But actually, before we get there, I do have a little bit of knowledge on that glue, that Sai. Sai is actually a gold laner, and now is taking an EXP, so definitely might see a very interesting playstyle coming in from Sai, so definitely gonna have to see. But speaking of playstyle,
we do see a battle in the mid-river, but just both teams kind of testing out the waters, trying to see if they can get a potential pick off. You are seeing a Human Bird over there on the Joy, using that mobility to its finest. Gonna go ahead and proxy these minions, but a direct response over there by Sai on this glue. A good read over there on the map. If he's gonna cut, so am I. 2v2 situation in the mid lane. You are seeing Bombshell rush in, trying to get the knock up. Gonna go ahead and get the kill as well. Down goes Pixie. The Faramis is not in play. Batch Feast activated with the Wild Charge combination, and Bombshell to do the trifecta is gonna pick up that kill. Split activated by Sai, trying to rush in, trying to catch this Human Bird over there on Joy, but the mobility is too much to handle. Now you are seeing him in a tricky situation as the taunt, the energy eruption going in. Sai unable to move, and down he goes again. And Fredrin definitely making the most of his kit so far. 4-0-1, 5 kills on the board for D-Gods to none for the side of Avalanche, and also a neutral objective turtle in their hands as well.
Absolutely. Now the thing is, like, I was actually hyping up that Faramis there, but Faramis wasn't really present for those team fights, which automatically put the team Avalanche on a huge disadvantage without that proc coming in from that Faramis. But speaking of Faramis, I do see he did pick up the little core item before the Talisman, so Mana will be there, so he should be able to now freely able to rotate and be able to work with his team more. I do see a lot of mini core items getting picked up. So in the gem by the Sicilian, I do see Windtalker getting picked up by a Leslie. So first core item on the board, including Beatrix. BOD has been slotted in for that Beatrix on the side of Avalanche, but looks like a turtle fight. Speaking of turtle fight,
Bombshell able to get the turtle. Bat's feet activated by Sicilian. Bat's impact as well as responded by Nimir's passion. Waka getting the kill on to keep. Down he goes, that Kufra roam for the side of Avalanche. And man, oh man, these engagements have been insane. But looking at the gold so far, looking at these objectives, you are seeing D-Gods kind of paving the way.
And I don't know, the side of D-Gods is actually punishing that Kufra really bad. So like, I don't know if you guys noticed in that team fight, it was a Grok stun into a Sicilian second skill which immobilizes, and their Fredrin was a walking Petri with that taunt. That Kufra couldn't ult at all, and then he just barely got saved by the Faramis. So set potential might not be there for the side of Avalanche, but they do have a lot of scaling heroes, so that once that Faramis starts to pick up those little items like Glowing Wand, Genius Wand, Lightning, he's going to be able to start proccing those skills. So after he's now stabilized with that Enchanted Talisman into his hands, definitely going to be able to proc some damage and do a little bit of CC, maybe pick up an Icewind Wand on the hand, maybe give it some CC, be able to support his team, and be able to kill. But speaking of team fight,
you are seeing a kill over on the bottom side. Beatrix picking up a kill onto Warrior. Down goes Grok, but engagement on the top side as well. Split activating into the tower. Human Bird kind of grabbed up, but they are able to take that tower. That is Sai with the split taking the tier 3 tower on the top side. Engagement on the bottom though. A lot of bodies dropping. Norbit actually falls. Human Bird getting the kill on to sign that process and able to sustain that split. Waka getting the kill in the bottom lane. You are seeing Leslie take out that Beatrix, but then Keep with the magic ball is going to answer back and take out the Leslie as well. But Warrior with the wild charge answering back again. Some serious Uno reverse cards back to back from both sides. Members falling now 9-3. Still kill lead into the favor of D-Gods.
even though it's a kill lead, that was a very good response coming in from the side of D-Gods, being able to proc that flicker correctly with the wild charge. That ult timing was actually really good from the side of D-Gods, but it is still an even trade though. Marksman's both died, so very interesting trade, but it's a tower trade. It might be here, but it looks like there's a good clear going on from the side of Avalanche. They do have that mobility with that Faramis, so the turtle did get picked up by the side of D-Gods. Good neutral objective, and unfortunately Beatrix might be dead here. Yep, there's a good pickoff. I mean, that Leslie ult, just no one was there to block that Leslie ult. Looks like this is going to be a turret trade though. The marksman did just die, so side of bot turret is going to be in the hands of D-Gods. But speaking of favor,
You see keep taking some serious damage with utility, but able to escape. Guardian's Barrier going in. Waka Waka able to take down, keep down. Goes Cooper. Akiko taking out Leslie in the response. A 1-for-1 trade. Bats impact, and you are seeing Bats feats activated into the altar by Pixie. Bombshell able to connect and take him down. And right now, the side of D-Gods is kind of pummeling their way through this map and taking these objectives, and we're not seeing an answer. Even though Avalanche is taking these engagements, they're not translating them into objectives, and they're translating them into deaths. Matter of fact, Norbert picking up a kill onto Dairoth. That is the jungle down again, and that is one of the last heroes you want to see fall, especially with the jungle needing to kind of rotate around. But finally, a little bit of an answer. Tier 3 tower drops in the top lane into the hands of Sai on this glue.
I actually like the way that this Sicilian is playing. That gank that happened at bot, I mean, smack of a Sicilian and an ult from the Leslie. So 2 pickup kills for the side of D-Gods. Good wall, good response. Puts Sai in a very uncomfortable position, but I don't think anything's gonna happen here. Wild charge did come out, but no response due to the glue being CC immune with those little glues things. He's like 10 minion glues. But anyways, speaking of that though, that Sicilian is actually really ballsy. That Sicilian, the gank that happened at bot lane where they exchanged out those 3 heroes at bot, the Beatrix and all of them. Norbert's all up in everyone's face as a Sicilian. Mind you, Sicilian's very squishy, but he's trusting his roam. He's trusting his team to be able to follow up with him. I mean, he was all up into Beatrix's face. And speaking of Beatrix's face, the Joy did pick up. But speaking of Joy, run. Go run.
But speaking of running, Tyrant's Rage connecting onto Warrior, forcing the flicker out with the wild charge. There you go. That's the run we want to see. A marathon. Bombshell able to take that Lord as well. What an escape. Human Bird getting out, taking out that marksman. Some beautiful plays right now from the side of D-Gods. But fight not over, possibly. Yeah, it is. They're definitely deciding to disengage now, and their backs are kind of against the walls as they are slowly but surely losing all of their pressure on the map. Speaking of pressure, Bombshell is going to go ahead and clear this minion, possibly go for this 2-2 turret. But look at Pixie. Look at Keep in the bush. I'm wondering if Norbert and Bombshell are going to be aware of this, and can they escape if the engagement starts? Sanguine Claws gathering up Akihiko. Lord pushing his way into this tier 2 turret. But the bottom side, Pixie and Keep being very passive right now. They are going to rush in now for the engagement. Appraiser's Wrath going in by Fredrin. Split activated. He's going to grab Fredrin in that process. Can he get the kill though? Looks like he is not able to get it with Split, and oh my goodness! Bombshell answers back and takes him down. Cooper winding up. Tyrant's Rage canceled. You are seeing Humanberg get the kill on to keep in that process. Down goes Cooper. Guardian Barrier to trap them in the wall. And you are seeing a kill on to Joy. Norbert getting the turret in the process, and Waka Waka picking up a kill on Faramis. That is a 3-for-1 trade. D-Gods on fire right now, claiming this real estate for free and barely losing any members in the process. But wait a minute, Dairoth rushing in, breaking the armor of Warrior. But wait a minute! Is there an Natalia on the screen somewhere that I'm not seeing? Because where was that Abysm strike headed?
I don't know, man. I don't know. I think he just ulted air. He needed to fight with the air a little bit. I mean, he's losing his jungle, so he's fighting with the land of Dawn real quick. So it might be that might be the case. Who knows? But good cancel on the side of D-Gods. Deny the Kufa ult, preventing a potential unwanted team fight. So very nice for the side of D-Gods. I'm speaking of D-Gods though.
You do see that pick up onto Joy. Kufra winding up onto the wall. He said, if I'm not going to get one earlier, I'm going to get one now. And that is a good read and a good set. But right now, like we said, a lot of pressure right now for D-Gods to take advantage of. And you are seeing still a heavy aggressive play from Avalanche. They're not scared. Even though they don't have these towers, they are still taking these fights. They're currently down about, what, 7,000 gold, and it looks like it doesn't even phase them as they are rushing in, picking off the members of D-Gods one by one, forcing Warrior and Waka Waka on the retreat. Look at the 4-man stack, but when you group together like this, you allow the split push capability to happen, and without nobody on the top side to stop Bombshell, he is going to push in that tier 2 turret. Looking at engagement on the bottom side, Tyrant's Rage connecting with a set. You are seeing Akihiko take out Waka Waka on the Leslie. That is Dairos securing that kill. But at what cost, as they have lost another turret and now down to nothing but their inhibitors for the side of Avalanche is still deciding to engage in these clashes, and I'm wondering if this is the right choice. You are seeing Co-Alter activated, Pixie getting a kill on the human bird, and that is a 2 members down for the side of D-Gods. You are seeing Bats Impact connecting, Bombshell getting a kill onto Faramis. Now 3 members are down for the side of Avalanche, so that is a double kill actually into the hands of Bombshell. And man, actually no, Kufra was able to get out with barely any HP. 8-21 right now, and I gotta say, I'm honestly surprised on how much Avalanche overcommits when they're down in gold and they're down in towers.
You are absolutely 100% right there. So making these unnecessary fights is actually putting Avalanche at a disadvantage, more like a snowfall there for them. But speaking of a snowfall,
you do see the Lord going into the hands of Bombshell. You do see Business Rage as well, unable to hit the mark. Co-Alter activated over there by Pixie to keep the team alive, but looks like D-Gods has other plans. You are seeing Human Bird rush in. What's the word? Taken out. Keep. There's 4 to 5 right now. Numbers are definitely into the favor of D-Gods, and also not just numbers. They took the Lord, and that is going to be a possible finish to in this game. Can they sink the lanes? We see a lot of teams kind of mess this phase up. They have the numbers. They are down to their inhibitors for the side of Avalanche. Luminous Lord is now rushing in. Backs are against the wall, and we got to see, can the side of D-Gods close this out?
We're going to definitely have to see, though, because there's mistakes. Mistakes can definitely be made. I say this in every stream that I cast with you guys. There's always mistakes. You can't always, you can always do things perfectly, how it's supposed to be executed, but it's only perfect when you get the goal. So it's only good when you can actually end the Nexus here. But speaking of ending,
you are seeing Glue already picked off the Guardian's barrier over there by Grok to get a potential set. Joy rushing in. Waka Waka getting a kill on the keep. You are seeing Beatrix get a kill as well. Norbert getting a kill. Akihiko a double kill, taking out Pixie, and now that is only Beatrix by himself, able to take out Human Bird. What's the word though? But is that enough to stop the 4-man from pushing in the Nexus? Waka Waka is gonna go ahead and snipe down Beatrix, and ladies and gentlemen, D-Gods takes game 1.
beautiful play, though, by the side of D-Gods, being able to respond to everything that Avalanche was doing, although they were getting a little bit pressured early game, especially into that gold lane. Lots of rotations coming from Avalanche. Unfortunately, it came a little bit short. We do see a beautiful KDA coming from Bombshell. That Fredrin jungle looks like our denying the Fredrin jungle actually came into the favor for the side of D-Gods. I do see everyone's a quad gold. The Joy was definitely rotating around the map, so props to the EXP lane to be able to go everywhere around the map, utilizing those dashes. All of those assists, beautiful from coming in from the side of Warrior and Norbert on that Sicilian. Now let's take a look at the team fights here and the little bit of hero damage coming in. I see the most damage coming in from that Sicilian. Sicilian was getting 4-man hooks and chains with his second skill to be able to keep them in place so that the response from Warrior on that wild charge can definitely be a very beautiful response. Lots of turret pushing coming in from every member on the side of D-Gods. Even if it's just a little bit, it is still a push, it is still an advantage, and it is very, very good synergy. On the side of Avalanche, though, I do see not much coming in, actually, unfortunately, from the Glue. Looks like he did get counterpicked into that Joy, and Joy was able to sustain and be able to keep Glue in his place, and because of that, Glue actually fell a little bit short. 0 team fight because he just constantly got picked off. So unfortunately, that is a very bad sign for the side of Avalanche, but congratulations, D-Gods. First trophy today for the series. Let's do a 2-0 sweep. See you later.
Oh, 2-0 sweep. Gonna go ahead and throw that out right now. Okay. Avalanche, man. I'm excited to see them perform. First time actually seeing them up against some of these veteran teams for the MLSA. And I gotta say, the pressure's definitely there. But some things they have to pull out. They had a good composition, but I didn't really see an answer for that joy. Now, glue is supposed to technically be the answer. Now, I say this time and time again, if you cannot properly adjust to allowing that pick to walk, then ban it out. And maybe that may be the key factor going forward. Is joy was kind of all across the map. Even having that Sicilian, they did not pressure the side of D-Gods in the early game, and D-Gods actually had the entire early game in their favor. And the thing about Sicilian is you want to win. You want it to go to late game. If it goes to late game, you're not worried about it. But for the side of you know, Avalanche,
no pressure.
Yeah, no pressure at all. I think they just need to. They need to, if they're gonna let a Sicilian walk, they gotta do something to win the early game. Because the longer it goes, especially with that glue, even with the split glue, Sicilian's gonna eat them alive. Sicilian eats these tankier compositions up. So, guys, appreciate y'all tuning in. This is Series 2. We are looking at D-Gods versus Avalanche. D-Gods able to take the first win. But that is not it. They have won the battle, but they have not won the war. And both of these teams are ready to embark back inside of the Land of Dawn. So don't go anywhere. Go ahead and get a little bit of a stretch. Maybe listen to the sound of music over there by Joy as we rev up to jump back into the Land of the Dawn for Game 2, Series 2.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home. Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure. I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line, right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the Valley.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking to me on me. You know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories. And something that's gotta give. Cause it's just what I made it now. I made it now. You can't ever break us down. Break us down. We shoot for the stars. Call me Chubby, what they not. And I'll never ever stop. Won't never stop. Yeah.
Touch your sky. You're a man of saving good. Touch your sky. You're the greatest future now. You and I, we can make it out of the crowd. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always
victory.
The sky is so vast, isn't it? My little flare.
Papa? Can you reach the sky and ignite the stars?
Of course, honey bunch.
Papa never returned home. He's among the stars now. But what about me?
Have faith, little flare.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Land of the Dawn. We are the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. We are on Season 1, Week 6, Day 4, Series 2, Match 2. And man, oh man, was Match 1 a show. We've seen the side of D-Gods kind of dominate over there. They had Joy at their disposal, kind of outdoing the Glue. And just overall, just had a really good early game. And speaking of early game, they had a late game hero, Sicilian, to kind of pave the way for the finish. But speaking of these matches, let's look at today's schedule, right? We have Series 1 that kind of finished a little early. It was not actually no early. It went all 3 games. Team Saint was able to win with the 2-1 finish. Now moving on to Series 2, we are looking at D-Gods versus Avalanche. D-Gods already has 1 win under their belt. And the question is, do we see a sweep for the first time today? Moving on to Series 3, we are going to be seeing a new team in the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. Team Chubby going up against a crowd favorite, Nefarious, in a best of 3. And then to finish off, we have a bonus series, Team Saficon versus Idyllics. And I'm wondering who will prevail inside of these clashes in the Land of Dawn. But speaking of these clashes, let's talk about this game. Team Avalanche versus D-Gods. And Avalanche brand new to the table as well. So I'm excited to see how they kind of bounce back from this loss, as they are still inside of the fight. They've lost 1 match, but it's a best of 3, and they still have a chance. Joined with me on the desk, we have the on-point analyst, El Manny in the building. How you doing today?
What's poppin'? It's your boy El Poppy coming in once again to the Land of Dawn at the MLSA Academy with your host, Steph Weezy. I'm doing perfectly awesome. I've been loving all the matches. Every time I get to see it, I get goosebumps running through me like shivers. But I wanted to come through and bring the best vibes, blessings. Thanks for everybody shouting out here and coming through and watching these beautiful teams go at it. Speaking of, I wanted to talk about these bans. So immediately I wanted to note that Joy, you've been constantly seeing Joy throughout every match. It's either you get picked up or banned. That's a good ban in my opinion, but when am I going to start seeing the focus on the AoE here? I keep looking at single target tanks and wondering how is this going to implement for their team. But I do like that they supplement that Kaja with an Alice and Kufra. So not only the single target is going to make a huge pick, that's going to set up for all their AoE. So they have a really good advantage there, so they can go either or. But I do like the side where they have the carry. As we've been seeing, carry's been another picker ban, and carry has tremendous true damage. And once he gets ramped up, shreds through all the tanks. So we'll have to see if they're gonna funnel the carry or be able to shut that down. So.
Yeah, definitely a good point. Looking at the match so far, I don't know which way it's gonna go, but I know one thing. Right now, there is a win into the hands of DGods. They do have that momentum boost, and if they can keep that pressure and take this sweep, you know, that might be the story for today. But looking at the draft, right, I am honestly leaning a little bit more into the favor for Avalanche for a couple of reasons, right? You have Akihiko kind of pulling that Carl Teasy or that Kyrie over there. Is going to pick up this Ling jungle. What Ling offers is sustainability, being able to get out when things get tough, and also mobility across the map. He also has that Tempest of Blades, being a little bit invulnerable when it comes to trying to take these neutral objectives, such as the Turtle and the Lords. But Ling is just one part of the package. Looking at their composition, you have Pixie, you have Ling, and you also have Keep, who's the roam Grok. And you know what this means? It's a dive composition, right? You're going to expect Keep to kind of rush in, take all the turret damage. Ling's going to go in with the Tempest of Blades, drop down, get the kill, and also Kagura is going to rush in with that Umbrella, able to take some damage and get out as well. So that is a possible plan of what we're going to see today. But both teams already taking the early engagement. The battle over the Lethal Wanderer may be a little costly, but no members falling from that trade. You are seeing Cooper wind up, possibly getting the magic ball onto Pix. You're going to use that Umbrella to get out of that potential CC chain. And right now, like I said, if they can rotate right and they play really good in terms of synergy, I'm expecting Avalanche to go for the marksman, dive inside of these lanes, and kind of take them down in the early game.
So when it comes to that, I absolutely agree, Wheezy. Avalanche focusing on hyper carrying the marksman. Carry is such a good pick right now. If they can pull that off and get that proper zoning and gold, it's going to be a really good catch. I do want to add that on DGod's side, they have the Valentina jungle. Now, the Valentina, welcome pick right here for this team fight happening. She can turn around fights as she makes the sets.
You do see Guardian's Barrier going in, a little bit of that blood owed by Norbert on the Alice, and this is one of those wild card picks. Alice does work. We've seen it a few times, but with this composition, I really want to see how it plays out. But looking in the bottom lane, Bombshell locking in this Kaja. Now, one thing Kaja offers is that Ring of Order, able to kind of zone out a front line from rushing in, and then a Divine Judgment to kind of grab up anybody in his disposal, possibly even grabbing a Ling, but Ling does have the Tempest of Blades if you can time it right. Speaking of timing, Guardian Barrier going down, you are seeing a little bit of engagement over there onto Human Bird, taking some serious damage on the Grok, deciding to disengage, Turtle being reset, but Brave Fighter stands with the Raging Slash, not able to connect onto Norbert, using the Blood Ode, not able to escape. Keep getting the kill over there on the Grok. You do see the wall going up as well. Pixie getting the kill onto Warrior with that Yin Yang overturn, and that is 2 members off of the board for the side of DGods, and a good start for Avalanche as they are down 1 game, and this is the kind of early game you want. Now Ling able to take this neutral objective, Turtle with no contest. Not only were they able to get 2 kills, but they were able to take this objective, which is going to kind of snowpile them up on gold by like almost 2,000 already 3 minutes in.
I do want to point that out. That team fight right there at objectives, you had everybody level 4 on the Avalanche side. You know, the item advantage here, Ling almost finished with the Demon Slayer. I believe when they all synchronized there, they had the perfect set going in for the dives. It was wonderfully set out, and that if they keep going with this momentum, that they're going to cinch it in the bag.
They definitely need to keep up that momentum, but the question is, how does DGods respond? We know they have some really good synergy, but their composition is going to make it a little bit harder. Cooper trying to be that frontline presence with the magic ball. He's going to have to get some Tyrant's Rage off, some potential sets and diving potential to get a good engagement for his team. But we kind of neglected Valentina right now. You know, that marks or mage who can kind of steal anyone's ultimate. But speaking about stealing, down goes Norbert into the hands of Grok on Keep. He's already on fire. He's the roam with 2 kills under his belt. That's 75% or 66% of the team kills already for the side of Avalanche into the hands of Keep.
Well, you know, Grok is such a powerful pick. That burst potential he has when he gets bigger on his skill 1 is really hard to miss. And That right there, especially with his ultimate when he blows them up and provides good coverage for his teammates. And like you said, Ling and Kagura make that deadly combo that is going to prevent them from getting anywhere once they have everybody synchronized together. I will point out that they are trying to go and dive the Claude, but he managed to get away there and survive. But unfortunately, the XP of Avalanche did not.
Yeah, you did see Lapu Lapu fall in that engagement. A little bit of a 2v1, too much to handle, and a good read from the side of D guys. They did pick up their first blood of the day. They are now trying to contest the jungle of Akihiko on this Ling and able to take his red buff. But speaking of taking, down goes Keep. But Akihiko have another plan. Is going to give a 1-for-1 trade, taking down Warrior in that engagement. But now, Human Bird pulling the aggro of the turtle. Going to go ahead and reset it. Realizes that his jungle is nowhere near. But I gotta say, even though the side of Avalanche has the composition, we need to see them kind of gank more and take these objectives. But speaking of gank, here we go. This is what we were waiting on. Tips of Blades going down. Waka Waka just walking right out of there, using the mirror image effect. Oh my goodness! This man is insane, able to properly escape and defend his turret from being pushed in. And that is just a misplay from the side of Avalanche. And this is what we said. It's, even though you have the picks, you have the compositions, you have to have the skill to pull it off. And right now, you're just seeing it kind of lacking for the side of Avalanche in the early phase. But speaking of early phase, wait a minute. Norbert trying to rush in. Going to use that Blood Ode. Escape out. Ring of Order going in the mid lane. Doing some AoE damage. Not too much, though. Just a little poke on the shoulder. And you are seeing both teams kind of trying to fill out the vibe for the mid lane. Keep running into the push zone, not realizing 3 members of the side of D guys are sitting in there. And now deciding to kind of push off, and they don't chase him down. But wait a minute, Speedy Light Wheels by Carry rushing into Warrior. Wild Charge connecting onto the Guardian's barrier, and Carry securing that kill. Man, oh man, talk about the wrong place at the right time for Avalanche. And man, they are slowly climbing up in kills and slowly climbing up in gold. 18.3 to 17.1k.
Now, speaking of that gold, let's talk about how Carrie right now is getting dove. So she did not have the gold advantage anymore that she just got. Let's look at the items to understand how Claude bursted her so fast. He already finished his Demon Slayer and is well on his way to getting the golden win. He's going to completely shred and utilize the power of his passive. Carrie already going Corruption. Now, personally, I think she needs to get golden win first to utilize using her passive more. But you know, that's personal reasons aside. Claude just has that 100 gold lead. Just that enough to have that full item and able to benefit from that. Speaking of which, more action going on in gold lane. Will they be able to hold it down? And they do. Kagura trying to go in for that play. Misses it. And the rotations from D-Gods causing the pressure to Avalanche to scurry.
Yeah, definitely a lot of pressure indeed. Down goes the Tempest of Blades over there by Ling on Akihiko, trying to defend the push onto the tier 3 tower, and they were able to clear out those minions. But Turtle's still in effect. No team has been able to take it so far, and I'm wondering now is the time. Are they going to go in for? You are seeing the full 3 members from the side of D-Gods trying to give some vision. A Warrior, that frontline Kufra, Norbert over there on this Alice, possibly rushing in. The Blood Ode almost connecting onto Keep. This is a 3v2 situation. Kufra winding up for a potential Tyrant's Rage, able to get a possible knock-up, and down goes the Tyrant's Rage for a double set. You are seeing a turret dropping the top side into the hands of Carry. Human Bird getting a kill onto Akihiko. Keep responding back, taking out Warrior, but a response back from a Human Bird on the Valentina is going to go ahead and get the double, taking out Lapu Lapu, and now taking out Pixie. Man, they are on fire right now. They are on the prowl, and they are on for a possible finish. 6-6 on the board, but this is what D-Gods wanted. Something to shift the momentum, shift off the tempo that we've seen Avalanche kind of building up in the early phase, and now it is 6-6, even up in terms of kills, and also able to push in that tier 3 tower for the mid lane, which is going to create the opportunity to invade even more. Speaking of invasions, Blazing Duet going in with the mirror image effect, and you are seeing Claude able to pick up that kill. Not Claude, but Valentina picked that up, right? Did it? Yeah, it was Valentina who actually picked that up, and man, oh man, very impressive playstyle right now from the side of D-Gods. You see the Guardian's Barrier trying to stop them from taking another turret. Tyrant's Rage connecting onto the wall. Keep taking some serious damage. Blood Ode going in, able to do some chip damage, and now some lifesteal as well. But Keep doing the dash, doing the fight. He's going to try to stay inside of this engagement, but suppression, Winter Truncheon activated. You do see Tempest Blades responding with the knock-up, and Pixie able to secure the kill onto Norbert with the yin-yang overturn. Speaking of yin-yang, though, you are seeing mirror image effect over there by the Claude over there on Waka Waka. Blazing Duet, not enough to stop the speedy light wheels, and down he goes into the hands of Carrie. Not even gonna attempt to say Carrie's name, but looking at this engagement 2v1 situation, keep overstaying his welcome. He's gonna kind of try and hug on this wall to avoid the Terrified. Decides to go back in, and I'm scratching my head. Why go back in? He should have definitely disengaged. He probably could have escaped that clash. But that is a kill picked up to the hands of D-Gods now, and still tied 8-8, but slowly but surely inching their way up this map.
It's been constant clashes, constant battles from D-Gods and Avalanche, and I'm loving it. Avalanche securing that early game, D-Gods getting that comeback, getting the pressure in the macro going for their mid game, scaling up. If we look at the items, getting their gold back in, you can see that the Cloud is ramping up, making sure he got his finishes golden win. He just finished his corruption, so he's very stacked. All he needs now is win, so that way he can get out of these fights clean as day. Speaking of, there's a huge Turtle Lord play happening.
You do see engagement. You do see Blood Odor activated by Alice. Valentina securing the Lord. Blazing Duet going in. You do see Valentina Godlike able to take down the Grok Warrior, getting a kill onto Akihiko. 2 members down for the side of Avalanche. And D-Gods picking up the pace is able to secure this Lord and take some kills. And now they have shifted the tide into their favor for this game.
That was beautiful play by D-Guys. Well executed. They knew their strengths. They knew that they had the gold lead now. They were coming back. Secured the Lord and turned it right around and pressured Avalanche. They did not have Carrie with them, so they could have turned that fight around if they had their marksman, but they were very well separated right there. I do want to give a shout out that once the guys started prioritizing on funneling their marksmen and making sure that they can get these peels in, that they were well on their way on this set. But Claude making this mistake here.
Does rush in to the hammer over there, the brick wall of Grok, and down he goes. And that is the marksman out for the side of D-Gods. Not the member you want down when you're trying to push in these objectives. And that will be a slight advantage in terms of defense for the side of Avalanche, as they have the numbers and they also have the range. But looking at the map so far, this is not going to phase the side of D-Gods. They are going for this tier 2 turret on the bottom side. You are seeing Bombshell with the heavy presence trying to strip it down. Keep not wanting to rush in. You are seeing the Blood Ode activated by Norbit, and also he is going to use that Flowing Blood to try and zone them out from engaging. But wait a minute, Flicker play, Divine Judgment, wall going in. Guardian's Barrier is in effect from the Grok to hold them off. You are seeing Human Bird get a kill on the carry. Pixie getting a kill on the Bombshell. Yin Yang overturn activated. Down goes Kaja, a double kill, taking out Norbit. Human Bird getting a kill on the Keep. Bodies are dropping left and right, but it is not over. Look at Warrior with barely an HP using the Conceal to escape. Run while you can, Warrior, get out of there. But looking at Lapu, Lapu is going to engage. Warrior deciding not to recall, rushes in to try and give a knockup, and he does in fact do that. And man, oh man, was that the right decision? He was able to provide 2 more kills into the hands of D-Gods, but that is a 4-for-3 trade. D-Gods still having Human Bird on Valentina and Waka Waka in the fight. 2 heroes that can push these objectives, and also 2 heroes that can get these kills. They're gonna double team Pixie in that tier 2 turret for the mid lane, and down she goes. Man, oh man, this is turning into a bloodbath. 12 minutes in, 27 kills total on the board. We are at 40,000 gold in favor of D-Gods right now, kind of leading the way. And man, what a turnaround. Avalanche had a lot of momentum in the early game, but now you're starting to kind of see that energy lean more into the favor of D-Gods.
I want to point out that D-Gods out here dominating, making sure that they're pressing their advantages. I want to point out to Warrior staying, trusting, and full faith in Waka Waka as he came in and saved both of his teammates for the perfect bait and turnaround for that fight. All these fights have been so instant, so chaotic, it's hard to cast through. Commendable work by Wheezy. These fights have been eye-dropping. Speaking of one,
speaking of dropping, down goes Norbit, rushing into that bush, not realizing the full team of Avalanche was just waiting there. And now can still play over there by Keep, winding up for some AoE damage. Not able to hit the mark, but you are seeing a battle over custody for this Lord. And the question is, who will it go to? D-Gods with some heavy zoners. Warrior winding up on the coup for possibly going in for a Tyrant's Rage, but no, deciding to cancel it out. But Wait a minute. Look at Lord being reset. Both teams kind of waiting for the other to make the mistake. But the longer you wait, the more better to lean into the favor of D-Gods, as Norbert is slowly going to spawn back into this match. He has 2 seconds on the board, and there he goes. That will now be a 5v5 situation, so they will not possibly have the numbers. And man, both teams just being very passive right now, and I'm wondering, like, they have the same goal in mind. You push first, and then we'll take advantage of the situation. But if neither push, it's just going to be a stalemate from both sides. But here we go. Engagement going in. You are seeing Carry with Speedy Light Wheels taking out Kaja. Tips of Blaze going down with the knockup on Ling. You see Carry getting another kill, taking out Human Bird for the double kill. Eric was on the Lapu Lapu is going to go ahead and take out the backline, take down the Claude, and that is 3 members down. Now 4 members down. A triple kill from the Speedy Light Wheels into the hand of Carry, and this is the clash you wanted. Now they're able to take this neutral objective with no contest, and this will be lured into the hands of D-Gods, and now 15-17, they are slowly, actually no, into the hands of Avalanche, my bad, and this is the turnaround that they actually wanted, is now they can kind of take these objectives in the mid lane and stop the side of D-Gods from prevailing with that Lord, as that Lord could have been costly to them. They're down to their inhibitors, and now with this Luminous Lord in effect, they can push in this map and take some more objectives and possibly go for a finish. But are they going to sink these lanes? And that is the million-dollar question.
Now, I do want to say, in response to the million-dollar question, both teams have been neck and neck for each other's throats. Both marksmen are tearing through each other's teams. This is anyone's game. This is anyone's game. Depending on any team fight that's happening right here, depending on whose marksman falls, that's what's going to happen right here. Speaking of,
you see Blood Ode over there by Norbit. 4 members trying to zone off the Lord from crashing into the Nexus. And wait a minute. Looking at Avalanche, like I said, they didn't properly sync these lanes, and down goes the Lord. And this is what we see a lot of teams kind of have a problem with. And now minions crashing into the tier 2 inhibitor, or tier 2 turret in the mid lane. They are able to secure that, though, getting a little bit of a trade from that Lord engagement, and that's okay. Slowly inching their way up the map, and now it is in their favor in terms of turrets. Now there's only 2 inhibitors defending D-Gods to the 3 for the side of Avalanche.
Oh, on the side of D-Gods, they did a very well execution defending that tower. If we look at the items here, the difference in marksman gold is not that high. It's 0.2k, but regardless of that, both marksmen are super well fed. So it's anyone's games depending on which marksman. As we have a pause here.
Yeah, we do have a little bit of a technical pause, a little bit of a request over there from I want to say, which side was it? Maybe D-Gods, but maybe a little bit of lag, a little bit of intermittent issues. But speaking of issues, now both teams evened out the playing field, and I'm wondering which way this is going to go, right? D-Gods already has 1 win, Manny. If they win this, they close out the series with a sweep.
Oh.
But Avalanche, they were able to steal that Lord, they were able to win that engagement and take that 5v5 clash. And now the question is, now they have a Lord. Actually, no, they don't have Lord now. Another Lord will be spawning in the next 80 seconds, and I'm wondering which way this is going to go. Are we going to see Avalanche kind of pave the way, and now that the map's kind of evened up, now that the playing field is now working more in their favor, as they have more inhibitors as well, who it's going to go to? I think it might be like a neck-and-neck engagement now, but I don't know. You want to put some diamonds on it, Manny? What you thinking?
Man, all day, both teams have been in neck and neck since the get-go for this match. Definitely, Avalanche doesn't want to go out with a sweep. They're giving it all they have. I can't vote on either, to be honest, because honestly, it's just been, if you noticed, every clash, those huge clashes determine on who's going to be steamrolling for that sort amount of time. Then they farm up and then go for another clash. Then the other side gets a little bit of farm up and get macro in, to the point where now we're neck and neck, down to the last macro play, almost down to the last team fight. The timer's going to be way too long. It's whoever takes out the marksman first on either side, to be honest with you, and whoever can get their set properly. But seeing this entire game, both teams have prime macro. They know how to use each other's strengths properly, and as I keep analyzing, here's another team fight happening.
You see Divine Judgment, an answer for the Tyrant's Rage, and down goes Lapu Lapu into the hands of Claude. But wait a minute, the rush in the engagement from both sides. You are seeing Alice rush out with the flowing blood. You are seeing the Human Bird taking some serious damage, using the Tempest of Blades, stealing it from Ling as a means of escape. Warrior kind of winding up on Kufra, possibly going for an engagement, but the side of D-God's very low. They do have the numbers, though, and man, looks like both teams were trying to clutch it out, probably get a wipeout and try and end this game. Prior to this Lord, you do see the minions kind of synced as well for each lane, and then we're going to need to see a split push. Lord spawning in 20 seconds, you want to have the lanes in your advantage to create the opportunity to have more numbers on this neutral objective, and that is what you're seeing right now as Bombshell is going to go ahead and stay back and defend, but you are seeing Warrior kind of get in position, trying to give some vision. Same with Keep. Here we go, Manny. Both teams preparing for this Luminous Lord, and I think this is going to be the deciding factor in who today's winner will be. D-Gods already one win on the board. If they take this, they take the series. Or Avalanche with their resistance too much to handle, will they be able to take us to a game 3?
No, I think that game 3 is absolutely possible if Avalanche. Both teams are trying to be super careful and not letting each other get picked. But if Avalanche can pull off the teams fight, because just one side is going to determine this game right now. And here we go, as we're not allowed to breathe.
Do you see Guardian's Barrier going in there? A little bit of a knockup with the Wild Charge. A possible stun onto the wall. Warrior flickering out. Carry getting the kill on the Human Bird, but you do see Blood Ode activated over there by Alice. Immortality being procced on the Bombshell, but Carry having other plans. Going to go ahead and take down the Kaja. Speaking of taken down, you are seeing Claude get a pick off onto the jungler. Down goes Ling, and now it is 3-4. A double kill. Claude able to get another kill. Takes down Akihiko, and also Keep are out of the board down. So do they engage? Oh my goodness, Waka Waka triple, but shut down by Carry with the monster kill. And now Winter Truncheon being activated, Norbert able to escape. He's gonna go ahead and use that Flowing Blood. Tyrant's Rage onto the wall for the stun, but now Carry with the Speedy Light Wheels is gonna make God's work and a godlike kill on to this Kufra. And now that is only Norbert to defend against Lapu and a Carry. And I'm wondering what they do from here. Alice trying to kind of give some vision, trying to clear out these minions. You are seeing Valentina spawn in to even out the odds, though. And now, again, both these teams are going to be doing this battle over this Luminous Lord, but Avalanche definitely having a solid position in terms of the map, as minions are pushed in on the top side, and also the mid. Look at the minions already crashing into the Nexus, but wait a minute. A little bit of an engagement. Bombshell rushing in. Norbert as well. Human Bird are ready for the fight, but it's a 4v3 situation. Claude slowly trying to make his way in. He's going to go ahead and clear those minions, but will he make it in time? As Lord is now down to a quarter of HP. Carry with the Speedy Light Wheels quickly bursting it down. And Ling able to use the Tips of Blades and the Retribution combo secures it. Norbert going in with the Blood Ode, able to do some AoE damage with some life still. Getting a kill on to Carry. Down goes the Marksman for the side of Avalanche. 2 members off of the board. You are seeing Norbert get a kill onto Pixie. That is Alice taking that kill as well. And now only Akihiko and Lapu to defend. But one thing they did have in their favor was taking this Luminous Lord, which means there's only one lane to defend, and that is the mid lane. But speaking of mid lane, Blazing Duet going in by Claude, trying to take out Akihiko down to barely any HP. Waka Waka get the kill. Down goes Ling, and now Blood Ode activated. 4-man team, correction, 5-man team over there onto Erquis, and down he goes into the hands of Kaja, and down goes the Nexus. And ladies and gentlemen, D-Gods has taken the series.
Oh man, that was well executed. That came down to the micros, let alone any other team fight. You had 2 team fights at Lord. Everyone blew the flickers on that first team fight. So when D-Gods came right around, they were able to outplay them and just cultivate that end. Even if though they got Lord, they caught them out when they had no ults. They blew everything. Both teams were neck and neck, right? And if we look at the charts, you can notice that both marksmen were extremely fed. Both had the same amount of damage, just the same amount of turret damage. They were the backbone of the said teams. But both supports on both teams were doing a very well job keeping the pressure off their marksmen, and every team fight was one way or the other. So GG to D-Gods, but GG to Dark Immortals.
Yeah, definitely a good game indeed, and what a match, man. Oh man, D-Gods pulling out the fight. It was actually Avalanche in that one, but Avalanche, new team competing. Definitely the first time seeing them in the MLSA, and I'm excited to see their growth as we progress through these weeks. We are currently on week 6, and as we've seen some of these veteran teams pave their ways through the weeks, we've seen a lot of improvement, and I hope to see that same story with Avalanche as we go forward. But speaking of going forward, a little bit of a look at the schedule today. Series 1, we've seen Dark Immortals go against Team Saint. There was a 2-1 finish, Team Saint leading the way. Series 2 now has officially ended, and that was D-Gods able to take it with a 2-0 sweep. Now, speaking of games, we are now officially on Series 3, Chubby versus Nefarious. Chubby, a brand new team in the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, same with Avalanche, and I'm excited to see what tricks they have up their sleeves. They are going against that crowd favorite, Nefarious, the team that is known for records inside of King of the Hill recently, even just yesterday. 4 wins in a row, going against several different teams. And then to finish off the series for today, we have 2 newer teams in the MLSA, but not completely new. We are watching Team Saficon versus Idyllics for the bonus series, Series 4. Excited to see what all teams bring to the table, and I appreciate everybody tuning in to today's stream. As always, we are the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, and we appreciate you guys being here. Don't go nowhere, as we will be jumping into Series 3 momentarily.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home. Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure.
I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line, right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the Valley.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me. You know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories. And something that's gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now. I made it now. You can't ever break us down. Break us down. I'll be speeches for the stars. Call me Chubby, what they not. And I'll never, ever stop. Won't never stop. Yeah.
Touch your sky. You're a man of saving good. Touch your sky. You're the greatest future now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight in our eyes, and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And the game is at your end, you know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember. So many times, I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I got the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it proud. Don't let me down, don't let it all fall.
The sky is so vast, isn't it? My little flare.
Papa? Can you reach the sky and ignite the stars?
Of course, honey bunch.
Papa never returned home. He's among the stars now. But what about me?
Have faith, little flare.
Now this is a wonder to behold.
Time. Oh. It's time to make the most of the moment. I'm Hoon, I'm mid-lane for the Valley, and I'm ready.
I graduated high school a few months ago. Yeah. We dare to be great.
Dude, that's perfect. One more second.
Hello, my name is Fly Chicken. I'm XP lane from the Valley. Let's go.
Hey, it's basic. Again. We dare. We dare to improve. Hey, it's basic. Coordinator for the Valley. Let's go.
Say hi.
3 wasn't good enough.
There you go. One more time.
3 wasn't good enough.
One more time. You got a better one again.
Hi, I'm Chuck. I'm late son for the Valley. Let's go.
You see my chapped lips on the camera? Like here a little bit? Don't disrespect the US of A. One more. Hi, I'm Mobile Zane, Jungle for the Valley.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Land of the Dawn. We are the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. We have another series on the way. 2 teams ready to compete, already in the draft, figuring out their composition to move forward in the Land of the Dawn. But before we move on to the draft, let's move on to the schedule. Series 1, we've seen Dark Immortals versus Team Saint, best of 3, 2-1. Team Saint taking the lead. Series 2, D-Gods versus Avalanche, 2-0 sweep into the favor of D-Gods. First sweep of the day. Now on to Series 3, Match 1. Team Chubby, a brand new team for the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. First time ever competing on the professional scene. Going up against the crowd favorite, Nefarious, the king of the hills from yesterday with 4 wins under their belts. Wonder which way it's going to go. And then to finish out the day, the bonus series, you are going to see Team Safcon versus Idyllics. But now, moving on to the current match. Team Chubby versus Nefarious. I'm really excited to see which way this match goes, and I want to see how well Chubby can perform. But speaking of the match, we have 2 amazing casters on the desk. We have Coach Deku leading the play-by-play, and then we have the on-point analyst over there, Master Rim, in the building as well. How you guys doing today?
I'm doing great.
We're both doing great.
Here we go. We're already in sync for this casting for these matches, and I'm hoping the side of Chubby and the side of Nefarious bring us another thrilling match. We've seen a pretty good series. I was watching while it was going on, seeing Avalanche take up against D-Gods. It was a great series. I would have loved to see if Avalanche would have been able to overcome in that game 2 and even it up and go to a game 3. But with that being said, looking to hope to see that in between these 2 teams. I'm not a big fan of the sweep. I know most of the viewers and spectators love to see the sweep, but I like to see it go back and forth, neck and neck, because that means that all the teams are pretty much even, and that's exactly what I want to see. I don't want to see any overwhelming advantages. I want to see great series, and I'm hoping we're going to see that. We know what to expect from Nefarious, a long-time standing team in the MLSA, been here since week 1, since opening day, up against Chubby. This will be their first appearance out here in the MLSA, so it's going to be very interesting to see them go up against one of these veteran teams of the MLSA.
That's interesting, right? Because it's their first appearance. And when you look at these names, Chubby versus a team like Nefarious, I always, have to bring up their name. They're the criminals. So when you have your entire squad named after something so soft and, it's giving bubblegum, but this is not the place for softness, and we can definitely see that in this draft. They're locking in that Valentina and that Beatrix, as we all know, has been one of those powerhouse marksmen. And we've seen her rocking that M4 skin a lot in the academy here, even tonight. I do, speaking of things being even, I do see that Hayabusa ban. I'm not too sure on the side of Nefarious. Maybe it counters something that they want to draft later on. We do see them having that Xavier, and as we all know, he's food to any assassin that's just able to dash in, deal damage, and get out and punish free, basically, right? Speaking of things being punished, though, disappointing retro locking in that veteran. Wheezy is not a fan of it in the jungle. He thinks it's a little bit lackluster, but the performances I've seen from that veteran being in the jungle has been nothing of the sort of lackluster. In fact, it's been totally opposite. And speaking of opposite, but still yet dominating, King locking in that Martis. And we all know he's been one of those picks that when he's locked in is one of those things where you have to give it respect, right? The ability that he has in the EXP lane, or even if they, decide to be dynamic and flex him into the jungle here in this match. So I don't know, there's a lot of possibilities for the second half of this draft here.
Absolutely, and we're already seeing the first pick come out in the second half. Clint being locked in by the side of Nefarious to match up against Chief Keef on this Beatrix. And one thing I know about the real Chief Keef, he's pretty handy with the blicky, if you know what I mean. So with the arsenal provided by this Beatrix, 4 weapons at his disposal, looking to get it done and provide a little bit of a drill of this Nefarious, but we'll have to see how that matches up in the Land of Dawn, in the gameplay. But speaking of things matching up, the final picks coming out from the blue side here, coming out from Chubby, we're seeing a hover over the Benedetta and Dyroth here. It'll be pretty intriguing to see if that Dyroth gets locked in again. Dyroth has been being picked up a little more often than not, and that was right after me and Wheezy were talking about in a recent stream about how it's been kind of left behind, but now the team's starting to bring it back as it is going to be locked in by Chubby. So a lot of engage and a lot of burst coming out from the side of Chubby up against the side of Nefarious. Nefarious looking pretty controlling though on the CC. It'll be a little hard for those charge characters over there on the side of Chubby to withstand and deal in those team fights, as Nefarious does have the capability to kind of stop them in their tracks.
Right, and that holy baptism is definitely going to be able to stop some of these engages coming in from the side of Chubby here. And honestly, it's interesting that y'all mentioned that the lot being picked up more often. You know why? He just got a collector skin. It is the skin. So Moontoon masters of promotion, as we all know. But jokes aside, though, he is someone to look out for in the XP lane. We do know that he offers that, defense penetration. So it definitely does open the gates for skills here on this Benedetta to just open and deal some extra damage. We do see them picking up the jungle emblem, so it's definitely going to help with that lane clear. Speaking of clearing though, I want to know loud and clear whose draft you're rooting for in this game here.
5 seconds.
Ooh, for draft, that's a tough one. I feel like these compositions are pretty nice, but Benedetta in the jungle up against Fredrin. I mean, you got the walking petrify up against the Benedetta, someone that's able to evade a lot of the CC. That's a tough matchup to look against. Everything else seems pretty solid, seems pretty even. I don't know. Actually, I might have to go with the side of Nefarious. I'm going to have to go with the side of Nefarious. I think they have the advantage with the CC that they have, the Mortal Coils, Mystic Field, the Energy Eruption on their side, even the Holy Baptism. Even Clint has some CC offered in his kit, and I think they can maybe withstand the onslaught from Chubby and maybe be able to find a way to go ahead and overwhelm them. They definitely have the poke as well. We know Clint did get that recent buff to his passive with that grenade bombardment, able to strike from a little bit more distance. You can see in the goal lane already Beatrix suffering from it. And then even with the Dawning Light from Xavier, right? So I think they have the conditions to win the fight. You have the poke, you have the CC, and you definitely have the all-in available when it's time.
Speaking of time, we do see them giving a lot of time and attention to this goal lane, right? And these two ADCs, we do know it's very important for them to have a smooth transition to be able to scale to that late game in order to dish out these damage. And I'm going to answer my question as well, right? I do also favor the draft of Nefarious because of the major important thing you said of poking. And speaking of poke,
a little bit of action in the jungle, but it's going to be quickly disengaged as there was nothing to find there. Martis doing a little overextension in the jungle, but with those mortal clothes definitely able to get out, but fight not over there. Here's another mortal clothes paired up with that mystic field in the decimation. Gotta find the first blood. He's looking for more. We're gonna get caught by the Terrify. Might have been a misplay. The Abysmal Strike, but it's going to get canceled by that CC, and that's what we were talking about. There's Fred in the Walking Petrify with the Retribution to slow him down, on the chase, on the hunt, not going to stop. Appraiser's Wrath going to take him down, but here comes Chu with the Way of the Dragon, taking him right to the tower. Can they complete this kill? The Valentina trying to copy the skills is going to find the kill on this Fredrin, a 1-for-1 trade in the top tower. A quick clash showing us exactly what we're talking about for some of these win conditions from both sides.
Absolutely, and it's like I said, right? When you name your squad Chubby, there's nothing bubble pop about this, and we're definitely seeing them absolutely like taking this bloodshed and also securing the first turtle of the game, and that's what you want to see, right? When you're a newer team, you don't really know what to expect them, and they're definitely showing us that they are to be respected. Speaking of,
we are seeing some more action here. King with the Mortal Codes and Decimation, not going to get it done. Going to get taken out by this Dara over here in the XP, and that's a good pickup for the side of Dara. You do know he wants to play in that early game, wants to get some pickups to be able to get online a little faster. We know he's kind of on a timer. We've seen Dara pick struggle as the game goes on later on, especially up against this composition for Nefarious. Definitely going to be harder as the game goes on. But speaking of things going on, the 4-man rotation right now down to the gold lane from the side of Nefarious, and hold up here, Joe walking into the wrong bush, Dawning Light, grenade bombardment. Bruce Catch coming out from the side. This is going to be enough to stop the Way of the Dragon to get Fredrin off the background. But speaking of background, Electro Flash is going to get the kill as Ralph's going to take down Benedetta with that Mystic Field. And now Chief U getting forced back to 63rd as he's not going to be able to find a way to overturn against Nefarious.
the brilliance coming out from these teams here. Speaking of some brilliance coming out, we see a lot of damage being dished on True. Gonna have to recall, but in the top lane, a little tussle happening over this gold crab from the jungler and its billionaire here, and it's gonna be a clash.
A clash indeed. There's the Walking Petrified, more calls, but the Darth able to disengage here. Now the members of Nefarious with the rotation. And No Chill's all alone. They're going to start sieging some territory over here in this jungle. They're making quick work across the river, but hold up, Cho with the Way of the Dragon. Going to go for the Raphaelia. That might have been the play. Might have not been the call. Electro Flash for the Benedetta, but it's going to get taken down. Raphaelia's going to get caught out by this Valentina. Speaking of getting caught out, disappointing Retry. The Retry man might get taken down. Abysmal Strike is going to get him done, and there's Raph caught in between four members of Chubby, the last man standing, going to get taken down. That's the mage for the side of Nefarious. Overwhelming advantage from Chubby now ahead of this turtle.
Now, I will say, though, looking at these items, Valentina already locking in that Clock of Destiny, definitely going to help with that damage and scaling as we enter this 5-minute mark here. Speaking of, though, Xavier as well, locking in that cooldown reduction, definitely going to help him be able to spam. Speaking of being helped to spam here,
we are seeing again the engage in the top side. King in an uncomfortable position. Cho with another Way of the Dragon facilitated into the kill for Daroff. Able to find the XP laner. Now this 3 member of the Chubby looking to take down this tower, and they will probably go ahead and get that taken care of. But speaking of getting taken care of, Benedetta left all alone. Is going to get taken out. Chief Keef is having a hard time. They're spinning the block and taking him down, cleaning up the projects, getting them off the block and providing some safety for the side from Nefarious, shutting down that marksman for Chubby.
And it's definitely important that they are able to secure these trades, especially in the goal lane here, right? They did lose out on that neutral objective, but we do see them trying to push in the way of the dragon, not able to get them to back off, but they might want to back off right now.
Yeah, they might have got out the way there because now Valentino on the way with a killing spree using that holy baptism stolen to find the kill. But speaking of stolen, this disappointing Rachel going to steal the moon from Cho and get him caught out for a kill. And now he's looking to catch the members in the eruption, not going to connect, but terrifying. A let go blow is on the way. Clint trying to create some space, trying to create some distance, but Benedetta all in their face. Going to go ahead and have the disengage though. Red Tree coming out from the jungler for the side of Nefarious to go ahead and make that disengage happen.
Now we do see though Durat able to notice that this mid lane is free, and he's pretty much going to secure this and might secure a kill here on Rafaela, and he did.
Did find the kill. Dawning Light doing a lot of damage on Dire, looking for the retreat. Gonna be able to get away, but dangerous low. But here comes Cho, gonna force the flicker from King here. Mortal Coils as well, but it doesn't look like Sean wants to give up here. It looks like he's looking for more. Sean Poo on the way, trying to close in the gap, trying to close the distance. Not going to find it, though. Not going to be able to get on top of him, but they do force the flicker, so that is a spell down from the side of Nefarious. That's a great utility out of the way, and ahead of the turtle as well, no less. Able to get out some utility from the side of Neff, like I said. That's a great pickup. Speaking of pickups here, Dawning Light and Mystic Field with a lot of damage, but hold up here, Cho following up on the Terrifying. Valentina going to find the kill on Eunice here, but he's not playing nice, as he's going to flicker out as well, avoid the kill, and Cho doing a good job. I am you, and you are me with a Holy Baptism picked up from Raphaelia to go ahead and assist in that disengage, as they're going to start looking to set up for it, this turtle.
The mechanics coming from the side of Chubby right now is super impressive, especially from, like we said, they're a newer team in the academy, right? And they're definitely giving us a show here, as they're probably going to be able to secure this other neutral objective without any contest from the side of Nefarious. So while it's a little settling, we do see some items being picked up. Durat locking in that Malefic Roar, definitely going to help him scale with that physical penetration that he's able to dish out here. But speaking of things being dished out,
we are seeing Daryl trying to close the distance, and there's Cho closing even further with the flicker and finding Raphaelia there. Eunice having a hard time. 0-6 on this Raphaelia, not able to secure any type of movement on this map. But speaking of movement, Mystic Field going to catch two members of Chubby. They are going to be able to disengage, but we do see Chu on the Valentina looking to make a play potentially again. Speaking of plays, conceal from the Cho, and we know what he's been doing. Shampoo to close the gap, and there goes the way of the dragon. Chief Keef looking to score here on the block, as they're looking to take down this man, a menace in his community. Mortal Coils trying to get away, but no, Chief Keef going to take him down. Finito.
Damn, I mean, they're definitely playing. They have the early game advantage. Speaking of early game advantage,
we are seeing the fight go on in the jungle. Darth was taken out there. Now both members going to disengage as Chubby is making work on the tower side. They're going to have to respond, but here's Sean stacking up, looking for Rab. Not going to find the G-Condo, not going to connect with the knockup. That could have been potentially dangerous. But speaking of dangerous, leaving Beatrix alone in those lanes to push those towers, has found the tier 1 and the tier 2 in the top side. That's a lot of real estate going to the side of Chubby, up 3-1 in the tower advantage.
they're definitely showing the side of Nefarious that they do need some hugs right now. And looking at these items, right, we do see a lot of damage and sustain being picked up for the side of Chubby. Valentina locking in that Oracle, definitely going to help with that passive scaling and sustainability. Durat locking in that early game physical penetration, and we've seen him being able to dish out this damage. Speaking of damage, Beatrix locking in that Blade of Despair, definitely online. Speaking of being online, Marta's not quite able to, have an impact, guys. We're not seeing the king right now. He's looking like a peasant in the land of Dawn, which is not the position that you want to be in for a king. Speaking of positions, though, they're setting up for something up top.
Sean on the way with the potential dragon, way of the dragon, but not going to be able to find anything. King is going to be a fourth time on the flicker, though, again, ahead of a major objective. Speaking of major, Dawning Light coming out the way. Holy Baptism well connecting. A lot of members dropping low. Dark's going to find the kill on Rap here. Now, we're seeing potential clash again. We're going to see King potentially get versed out, but no, Decimation not going to find the kill. Chief Keef spinning the block again, going to go for the drill, find the kill as well. Chubby's looking to pick up the pace in the space of Nefarious, going to make them back up out of this place, as they're now going to go ahead and start on this Lord.
Man, they are going to be able to secure this Lord without any contest, which is a smart move from the side of Nefarious. They know they aren't in a position to go for a head-on fight. They do have less numbers on the field right now. Speaking of numbers on the field, we do see a lot of members from Chubby rotating, trying to get into the jungle of Nefarious here, but they're just giving some vision. But Sheen, though, setting up. He might go for a play, but decides not to, which is smart. Again, we love to see discipline coming out from these teams. But I want to take a moment, right? Even though Nefarious is in the disadvantage right now, Joker has not died on this Clint yet. And we do know that he has, the late game does favor him. As you mentioned, he does have that buff where he has increased range, right? So that's definitely going to help. Speaking of help, Eunice is definitely going to need some.
Definitely going to need some help as well. The Dragon's going to connect, and here comes Shiki for the flicker in, but Holy Baptism, thank God indeed, because he is going to be able to escape off that disengage with that skill, but going to lose the tower, and more real estate from the side of Nefarious is falling at the hands of Chubby. And speaking of Chubby, they're looking fat as they're a 5K gold in this match, looking to potentially push down the mid. G Kundu coming up from Sean, able to stack that up. Is he going to find none? No. Too many members there. He is going to have to back up just a little bit. We are seeing the members get a little too close for my liking. We could potentially see another clash. The tower pass on the top inhibitor has been popping. Here comes the Rockets from Chief Keef looking to add some damage, but King, Mortal pulls in. They're looking to go ahead and force them back. All members are grouped up in this mid lane. We can see another clash. Benedetta taunting them, eye for an eye out of the way, not going to take too much damage. We are seeing the boost from Eunice, trying to get the team on something. Here comes Sean, way the dragon, is also going to be caught in the Mystic Field. I don't know if that was the right target. I'll let the blow coming out from Benedetta, not finding anything just yet. Energy rush from Frederick, Dawning Light capitalized as well, going to find Chief Keef in the background. Martin's Destination going to find Valentina, find Darm, double kill for him, and count that 1, 2, 3. That's a triple kill as well for the Conqueror of 3,000 Worlds, looking to conquer Chubby here, as they've taken out all the members. A complete wipeout, annihilation for the side of Chubby, as they're going to look to even up the map and take down these towers.
Right, they said we're done with the hugs. We don't need your companionship right now. What we need is blood, and they definitely shed some blood, which helped them able to secure some economy on this map, as well as in terms of items. We did see Xavier locking in that genius wand, definitely going to help him scale. He does have his core items, and now, look at that, these items helping him push these towers, right? And the side of Nefarious is definitely a great capitalization off of this wipeout, and rightfully so. They got what they came for, and now they're respectfully backing off, taking it slow, which you want to see, right? I mentioned the discipline earlier, and we're definitely seeing that coming out from both teams here. But it's like I was saying, right? Joker, he hasn't died yet. He's sitting pretty comfortable, 10.5k gold right now. He does have 3 core items, which is what Clint needs, right? He has the Berserker's Fury as well as the extra true damage that's going to be coming in there. So he's sitting pretty good. We're seeing them letting him, you know, secure that red buff. So I like the side of Nefarious right now. They're definitely trying to keep this momentum that they were able to gain as they're setting up for this Lord.
Speaking of setup, Sean with the Way of Dragon again, trying to find the mark and trying to find Joker, and that's the kill, and there it goes. Chu gonna find the kill on him, but Marta's gonna trade out. Sean find the kill. Mystic Field is gonna catch this Mama's here on Makima's here on this dial. Is gonna get taken out here, not gonna be able to escape. There's only 2 members left on the side of Chubby. Should have disengaged, might have made the wrong call. Let go blow, trying to find something here, trying to turn around and praise his wrath, not gonna connect. But here comes the Mystic Field, gonna try to keep Benedetta locked down. But one thing about Benedetta, you just can't lock it down. But this Pony Wretch is gonna keep trying, moving forward with the appraisers there, or not the appraisers, but the energy eruption, but it's going to get moved out by the eye for an eye. And now they're going to move on over to this Lord. They do have the number advantage. So many members down to the side of Chubby and Forrest on the recall, since they are all low. They make something happen here, as Chubby doesn't really have any security. But on here, we are seeing Sean is making his way up to this. Are they going to go for the contest potentially? I hope not. That would be a bad play. He is getting a little aggressive, but no, gonna get back off with that Mystic Field, and that is a Lord into the hands of Nefarious.
Now, the side of Chubby, definitely knowing that they're not going to be able to contest that Lord. I did like that the Benedetta chose to opt in for a little bit of wave clear to get some priority going to make this defense easier for the side of Chubby right now. Wrath of this Xavier, right? Definitely master at positioning, as we saw him just running around in circles using those mystic fields to his team's potential. And these teams definitely has some potential as they're going to clash right now.
Speaking of potential, a lot of damage coming up from Dawning Light can potentially find a kill here. Sheep Keep almost got taken down. They're going to get forced on the back. Caught him lacking, caught him sagging with his pants down by that mid inhibitor. Bot inhibitor, speaking about inhibitor, is going to get taken down. Sean getting dropped low. Dawning Light almost going to go ahead and get him out of here. The Lord still has just a little bit of HP. They can try to focus the tower. That's exactly what Joker is doing. He's not joking. He's not fooling around. He's still going to focus that tower. They are going to take it down. Nefarious will go up 1-0 up against Chubby, fighting from the back end.
Man, oh man, this is what we want to see. Chubby, welcome to the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. Beautiful game, even though you guys did not end up being able to secure that win. You put up a fight, and that's what we want to see, right? Rat securing that MVP. He was definitely out for Wrath, and it's interesting that he has that heart at the end of his name, because he definitely was not showing Chubby any love there. And we can see that as he was present for every single team fight, locking in that 100% team fight participation, which we don't really get to see though. But it was a beautiful overall game from both sides. It's not a very high kill game, mostly pretty even. Both teams are able to secure some trades and objectives of their own, but still able to find answers and capitalize off of those answers, which ultimately made Nefarious win this game.
Well played indeed from the side of Nefarious, and man, oh man, what a clash! Able to take the team out. Chubby, the team coming out of nowhere, first time ever playing in the MLSA, and definitely did a good job. Nefarious is one of those more seasoned teams, a little bit more practice and synergy as they have been progressing through the weeks to see that monstrosity of gameplay that prevailed today with that synergy. But speaking of gameplay, that is just one match. This is a series of 3. This is series 3. And the question is, are we going to see a game 3? That's, what, 3 threes? Now I just said it 2 more times, so it's about 5 times right there. But let's take a look at the schedule today. Series 1, we've seen Dark Immortals go up against Team Saint. Team Saint took the win 2-1. Series 2, D-Gods up against Avalanche, and we saw our first sweep of the day into the hands of D-Gods. Now, Series 3, Chubby versus Nefarious. Nefarious already with 1 win under their belt on fire. And the question is, how will the side of Chubby respond to this loss? And then to finish off the day, the bonus series, we are going to see Team Saficon up against Idyllics. Appreciate everybody being here today. We are the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, and it's been a pleasure casting along all these amazing, familiar casters that you guys know from the MLSA staff. So that's not it. Definitely get some drinks, get prepared as these teams are ready to embark back into the Land of the Dawn for a Game 2. We'll be right back with you guys momentarily.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home.
Now we are going to end war!
Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure. I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line, right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the Valley.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking to me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories. There's something that's gotta give, cause this is just what I made it now, You can't ever break us down, I'll be speechless for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not, and I'll never, ever stop. Won't never stop, yeah.
Touch your sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch your sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight in our eyes, and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, you take your aim, you know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember. So many times, I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it proud. Don't let me down, don't let it all. I've been on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch your sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch your sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight in our eyes, and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is.
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome into the Land of the Dawn. We are the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, and we're currently on Series 3, Game 2. We've seen two amazing teams fight it out in the Land of Dawn, but there can only be one victor. Speaking of victory, it did landed into the hands of Nefarious for Game 1, and the question is, how will Team Chubby respond? Team Chubby, a brand new team in the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. I'm excited to see what they're going to do going forward. They're already in the draft, picking it out, trying to find their master plan. Speaking of a master plan, like I said, between these two amazing teams, Nefarious and Chubby. Chubby a little bit surprising on their gameplay. They weren't too bad, especially for their first game ever in the MLSA on the professional scene. So I want to see what they do from here. Do they respond back? Are they able to even out the odds and take us to a Game 3? Or are we going to see the second sweep of the day? Speaking of the day, today's match, we have two amazing casters on the desk. We have the play-by-play Coach Deku in the building, joined by El Manny on the analyst for the on-point breakdowns for the items, and also to kind of tell you what these teams are doing right and also what they're possibly doing wrong. How you guys doing today?
Doing great, man.
Hold on. Let me try that again. Let me try it one more time. How you doing today, Deku?
I'm doing great, man. I'm with my co-caster, the on-point analysis man, Manny, Poppy Manny, whatever you call him. He's here alongside me, and we're here alongside these two great teams, Nefarious and Chubby. But Manny, fill him in, man. How are you feeling as well?
Man, what's poppin' up? And it's your boy Poppy coming in for the third time live with the infamous Coach Deku in the building, giving me that shadow. I got the jitters, man. Coming back here on the seat, seeing that last match, Fred Chubby giving Nefarious his run for their money. I can't wait to see how round 2 goes. But what do you think about this draft? They completely banned out Kaja and Freddy on the side of Chubby, and I believe that's a really well thought out play. Freddy and Kaja coming out here dominating, but let's point out the fact that Carry out here with her true damage, Glue, such a strong tank pick, an XP lane, and Joy. We've seen a lot of Joys all night tonight, and I believe that's a valid ban. Now, key things to note, they went with the Haya on Chubby's side, but with a Matilda. Matilda providing powerful roam, a lot of zoning and good maneuvering, especially for a Hayabusa who's all about going in and out. But on the side of Nefarious, they aren't worried. They have Faramis and Barats. That alone is huge on the team fights. Valentina, once again, she can steal anybody's ult, so she can provide wonderful roam and control for the Brody. We've seen Brody going extremely hard tonight with the proper control, so I'm already loving their draft. And the Benedetta, I don't know, Chubby. Nefarious has a really strong draft. What do you think, Deku?
They do have a strong draft if you're looking at the team fight aspect of it, but I do think the side of Chubby does have a great advantage for, being able to go for those pickoffs and going for those splits. I would like to see, right, they need a mage, maybe something like Kagura, right, or maybe even a Lunux would be a great option. Lunux to be able to burst out, maybe that Barats does able to have a ultimate that not Vexana, but Valentina can't really copy with that IMU or a Kagura, right, to be able to go for the pickoffs as well to stack in that composition and be able to maybe burst out that Faramis with the Yin Yang overturn and maybe force out that Cult Altar. But ooh, that's actually a very good pick as well. The Lilia, wasn't even thinking about it. That is a very strong pick. It's normally banned out from teams that want to go for the composition that Nefarious went for. That might have been a fatal mistake right there to let that Lilia through, and that's a great read from Chubby to be able to go ahead and know exactly what to slot in that mid lane.
I totally agree, Coach. I totally see Lilia going to be a problem because she has her magic shoes that let her have a second life, and if they focus entirely and blow up on Lilia, they'll provide great cover for the picks from Matilda to go in, sweep in with Hayabusa, and get that back. But I do want to say Nefarious does still have a strong composition that can overtake the Lilia with her strong zonage. You have her Faramis who can take Matilda's ult to sweep the Barats around to completely keep their front line and back line amazed, while Benedetta goes in with the Brody. So they have a lot of maneuverability on Chubby's side. Wait a minute, I had it backwards, didn't I? Is Chubby on the right? Yeah, no, it's all right. Yes, okay. Yes, technical difficulties there. I just knew from the name, but anyways, but yes, as we get into this early game, you'll notice that Benedetta going in for those cuts, trying to get the XP distracted so she can start roaming early. Nefarious going in for that invade. Actually not. They're just farming it out, keeping each other rotating together. But let's see how this early game is going to pan out.
Yeah, I mean, the invade definitely not available or online. When you're facing up against Lilia, right, those glooms and shadow bombs can get a little overwhelming. But speaking of overwhelming, over on the bot side, up in between that inhibitor and tier 2, we are seeing the Benedetta King out here making a deep cut and actually forcing the flicker out on this Lapu, able to escape, facing up against two members of Chubby. The proficiency with the blades clearly showing through for the XP laner of Nefarious. Their King showing them that they're nothing more but commoners around him. And now we are seeing a lot of these members group up around this Litho in this river for whatever reason. Shadow Stampede coming in on Sean, pulling up, but he might have met death here as Hayabusa with those shadows. He's going to be able to go ahead and pick up that kill. Some poke coming in from Sean. Not going to stop there. Going to go ahead and make Wrath feel his wrath as he is able to go ahead and show some of that early harassment, that early pick that you would expect from a Matilda.
Now, like we talked about, Matilda, powerful roam is super crucial for early mid game. If they're able to get their rotations right and focus on getting their Beatrix proper, they'll get well on their way to snowballing towards the mid game. But that's exactly what Nefarious wants. They want to farm it out, wait for the mid game, wait to get this level 4 team objective, and that's where everything's about to shine. Speaking of, as we get to this team fight around Turtle,
we are seeing it start up now. Disappointing retreat up against this Hayabusa is going to look to set this up. Both teams here. Brave Fighter stands coming in from Duke. Going to land that stun. Raging Slash as well. But XP laner as well from the Fierce Fight on the back line. As Retreat going to find the security on that Turtle. Here comes the Tunnel's welcome. Going to find a two-man stun. Terrified to collapse on top of that fight. They are going to find Mathilda. But Wapu Wapu looking for the trade. Looking to take him out. But Valentina not going to let it happen. Here comes the kill. Unisa's going to find Wapu Wapu there. And that's a 2-for-0 trade for the side of Nefarious along with that Turtle.
It was an amazing team fight right there. Chubby going in, trying to secure that, but Nefarious saying no. Going out. Did they claim that turtle? I couldn't tell. The objective market didn't update, but that was very well team played. Barat's going in, taking all that damage, and like I said, Barat's with the Paramus combo is extremely deadly. They can absorb all that damage, provide enough peel for their mage to execute all the damage that they need.
And speaking of execute here, we did see the Brave Fighter stance get called in by this Lapu Lapu. Wasn't able to find anything on Benedetta. Very slippery, able to disengage in the midst of that fight. But speaking of disengage, potential engage coming up in the top side as Nefarious is looking to close in on this Hayabusa Chu on the back end of that rotation with the Lilia is getting caught out by the Valentina Terrify. Is going to get forced to use Black Boots right into the midst of Barat. The Tona's welcome is going to find him long. Lizard Lick low and is going to go ahead and stick him up against the wall. But mobility coming out from Matilda is going to cause for the disengage there, and Nefarious going to walk away empty-handed with utility used. But same with Chubby. A lot of utility also disposed of in that skirmish.
Like I said, we mentioned before, Nefarious going in that with a 2K lead. Huge team fight coming up here and taking King out on the side of Chubby. King being dethroned. But I wanted to point out the items here. Even though the King got dethroned, they had Nefarious having that 2K lead, actually 1K lead, even though it is in their favor. I want to say Chubby has the better rotations in macro right here, going in and choking in the gold lane. Matilda and Haya able to capitalize that pick, the powerful roam capability of Matilda. In exchange, however, Nefarious able to secure that turtle, and now they're going for the invade as well to counteract that marksman loss.
But it doesn't look like they're going to walk away empty-handed as well, as we are seeing that gold tower should be worked on by the side of Chubby. They are going to get all of that, and that's a lot of economy falling to the hands of Chief Keef. That's definitely going to help him out in this matchup against Joker on this Brody. Speaking of matchups here, Farad starting to invade a lot of territory on the side of Chubby, making the economy for the side of SX on this Hayabusa kind of shrink as he's taking a lot of his camps. Both camps and only a red buff going to fall into the hands of Hayabusa on that top side of the jungle, as now we are seeing Nefarious starting to make their claim around that top side. Beatrix could be in trouble all alone on the map. You can see there is no one there. Chief Keef, they are looking to close down shop here, but the flicker is going to come in at the right moment. That's going to burn out the Tona's welcome, but that tower is going to fall down. Matilda Airlines coming in with no follow-up there. Brave Fighter stance is coming into play from this Valentina, but are you as durable? No, you are not, as Chief Keef is going to take him down, not on O-block, he says. Get that out of here, as Nefarious is going to lose their marksman.
Man, perfect play, well executed by Chubby. They were able to get their marksman out, go in, get the tower by Nefarious, however. So it was kind of an even trade. As talking about even trades, coming down here, the whole team trying to dethrone King once again. Just not enough. But once again, now we're heading into the mid lane. We're crashing mid. Team fights are happening. Looking at the items here, Brody still a little bit ahead in gold. They were able to take that tower and finish up and take that advantage. As we talk about Chubby going in to crash on Benedetta. Wonderful rotations here.
Rotations indeed. Nefarious is looking to potentially trade this back out, but a little too late on the rotations. Not going to be able to find anything. Chief Keef is going to go ahead and I was about to say, the tower's wide open here for his taking. He's going to go ahead and burst it down, but here comes Wrath with the Valentina Can he stop him? No, he cannot. He's going to miss that first mark. He's going to be out of play. But speaking of things out of play, Brody on a 1v1 against Lapu. Lapu fighting up against the Brave fighter. Stance is going to start working down on him there. He does have the 4 marks. Not going to send out the 200-point memories, though, as Nefarious is going to start working on this turtle. Starting to pull the aggro to the long side. Here's Sean trying to provide some vision, but be careful here. Here's Nis on this Faramis. Has been unchecked in that bush. Could definitely pour one of these members, and now it looks like Nefarious is going to be able to go ahead and pick up that turtle. Now, there goes the Shadow Stampede. Mathilda did get caught out by the same member. He wasn't able to check out there. The Ton of Welcome is going to set him up against the wall. Now stuck between a hard places. King is going to split that disengage, and there goes the kill. Wrath is going to find that, but here comes 2 on the Lily. Looking to trade it out. Finding the mid tower. But this weapon is going to make it in time to defend, but not going to be able to defend that bot side as the Hayabusa is going to make quick work of that bot tower alongside Lapu. Lapu there, they are able to find something on the map to go ahead and even up the economy there just a little bit.
Man, that was beautiful, beautiful counter macros. Hayabusa countering that play, going in. As we're talking about Hayabusa, making sure that he gets his ultimate off on Eunice, making sure Amos waits the ult for the team fight.
Speaking of ultimates, we are seeing the Tonals Welcome's way. Going to pick him up and throw him underneath the tower. Christmas present, but it's after New Year's. It's a new year. Sean with the dive on Mathilda's going to turn that around and find the kill on Valentina before being traded out by King on the Benedetta. But that's a great play by the Roamer, able to take one with him in a mid laner at that. That's a great trade. You can take it any time of the day, as now they are looking to go ahead and disengage. Both teams have went ahead and lost a member. Going to go back to the usual, the good old routine, clearing lanes, farming creeps, and getting some of those minions. But hold up, looking like Lapu Lapu wants a little bit more. As he's into the Brave Fighter stance, a flicker stun is going to find Benedetta and force out that Electro blow on King. A lot of utility being used by the XP laners. Speaking of things being used up here, Barat's not done using some of that durability he has. He knows he can go ahead and cross this river for these plays. But speaking of plays here in the mid lane, Chu trying to take down this Valentina. Wants that tower, but a little costly there. So he's going to get terrified and dropped a little too low. The Fairies trying to keep that mid tower up as long as they can. It's hanging on by a thread. He's hanging on by a thread here. Joker on the Brody, caught by the Mathilda airline. He's going to be able to disengage from the rest of the members there. They are looking maybe potentially turn this around. Eunice has joined the fray. They are going to go ahead and disengage. The team members are dancing, but at any time we know this can go left for either side.
Either side, as we go, they've been Chubby and Nefarious head to head. So many clashes happening, but they've been focusing on making sure. Oh, speaking of focusing, I don't know what Beatrix was doing in there, but she got completely caught out, leaving Chubby without their 80 carry damage. And now, Nefarious going in for this team fight.
Are seeing the fight indeed. Chubby already having to use that shadow, those 4 shadows from Hayabusa. The ultimate no longer in effect, is now disappointing. Retri is going to start trying to pull this aggro, but they're going for the Lord Dance here. All members around except that Benedetta, so it isn't even 4v4 for the side of Chubby, which is pretty good for them. Brave Fighter stance in here from Lapu Lapu, looking to do the damage. Cold Ultra being popped in by Unique here, trying to keep those members alive, but no. Valentina getting taken out by the XP laner from Chubby. The Tony's Welcome going to toss him away, but not before Joker can find their Mathilda. But here, the Lord is still up. The Barrage is going to go ahead and secure that. The 2 is going to go ahead and trade him out immediately. Now Unique on the run, but not going to be able to escape just yet. No, is going to be able to find a way to escape, and Joker is going to find the kill. Might find 2. Looking to force Lapu Lapu back. The tower is down. He's in a good position to go ahead and find this Raging Slash, though, and torn apart memories. Who's going to win? Joker going to take that trade, killing 3 in the shut down for the gold laner and the Fairies. But hang on here, Hayabusa cashing. I'm trying to go for the recall. Where are you going? Sit down and join us over here at the caster's desk, says Hayabusa, as he's going to go ahead and return back to the buff.
Oh my gosh. So much action tonight, so much action. Hayabusa with that last pick, I do want to say, awesome map awareness by Nefarious, constantly communicating, and that's one of the key points that I've noticed. Anytime they provided vision, they make a counter play and try to get something out of it. Chubby though, neck and neck, going in, making sure that they get the picks that they need, making sure that they're going in and out and not sacrificing too much, because this goal difference is still in Nefarious' lead, so they need to be smarter, as Nefarious has been taking these team fights.
have been taking team fights. And speaking of team fights, we can potentially see another here. Hayabusa already going in for the kill here. This is going to take Valentina very low. Koko's been popped, but Raz is already out of range, so that's going to be a waste. And now Eunice is going to be focused down, left all alone in that mid lane. This little XP lane for Chubby is going to go ahead and take him down. Here comes Nefarious, though, looking maybe to go ahead and even it up, but no, they're just going to walk away empty-handed. 1-0 trade in the favor of Chubby, doing a great job of fighting back here and finding the openings. Lapu's been getting it done. He's sitting 4-2-5, very sturdy XP laner for the side of Chubby, able to find them some momentum, find them some picks, and keep them in this game by opening up these team fights in spectacular fashion.
Speaking of team fights, I do want to say that Chubby out here going in, making sure they're avoiding the front line and baiting the Faramis out, so that way they can get the pick on their back line, exclusively getting the picks on the back line. I love it. But Nefarious not taking it down. You know, they're sticking with the strategy, making sure that the marksman is not available until later on.
Ooh, but look at the action here. Electro Blow coming out, but side Nefarious looking to hold strong. Daytona's welcome. Not going to be able to find Lapu though, because they're falling left and right. Hayabusa taking out Joker there. He's not playing around. That's Hayabusa or Batman putting the beat down on the marksman from Nefarious. Cold being popped down from Nefarious to try and disengage, but it's like Chubby doesn't want to let go just yet. They're still in the chase, not looking to let them get away. Lapu closed in the gap here. Shadow Stampede looking to pull Lapu into the tower, but you might have pulled Death Sword. The Brave Fighter stand, Raging Slash. Not going to find the mark to let them blow to try and disengage. Nefarious, last 3 members are going to be able to escape that onslaught from the side of Chubby, but the towers are not going to be able to do the same. That's a tier 3 down in the mid lane and looking to work on the tier 2. Chief Keef looking to clear out the real estate, looking to clean up the block here. Disappointing Retro, not going to be able to stop him. Here comes the return. He needs full HP with Shadow Stampede and King on the Benedetta, looking to close the gap and maybe turn this back around, but no. Chubby turning their attention over to the Lord, potentially go ahead and start that up. They do have the number advantage. Only member missing is the Lapu slowly making his way over, but here comes Nefarious as well. They're not going to give this up. Sean in the bush, undetected. Hang on here, has found Eunice in the bush. Both roamers face to face here, but Valentina coming to back up, gonna force Sean to go ahead and disengage. And we're going to potentially see the river dance over this Lord. Now Benedetta's going to have to respond to the wave, and Lapu is now going to make the call. He's not going to go over there and contest that. He's going to swing back to the Lord. Chubby is looking for the 5v4. They are going to look for the fight. Valentina has the Brave Fighter stance in tow. Speaking of Brave Fighter stance, Lapu's going in, looking to pop the Colt over there nice and early. Daytona's welcome, looking to pick him up. But Chief keep an eye on him on the side, trying to find the damage Hayabusa going to find from Ramus, and Joker looking to take out Chief here. Double kill for Hayabusa, going to find Rav, making him feel his. As now Chubby has the overwhelming advantage for this Lord. It is dropping low 14k HP, but it looks like they're going to commit to the fight. Brave Fighter stance again from Lapu, Raging Slash. Going to connect the stun to let Chu find the kill on Bro here. Lord is low. Hayabusa going to find it from the side of Chubby, but they're not going to stop the fight either. They're going to go ahead and take down Disappointing Retry. The Barat down from the side of Nefarious. That's 2 members left for them, as all members up from the side of Chubby, and an enhanced Lord on the way. Poppy Manny, what are we seeing going on right now?
Oh my gosh, wonderful casting over there, Coach. That team fight by Chubby was beautiful. All you see is constant peels, so they're going in one after the other, making sure that they protect their backline, and Hayabusa doing the thing he was made to do, going in and out, making sure that their backline's preoccupied on him in order for his team to completely separate Nefarious. Now, speaking of, as they're letting this Lord crash, they're trying to get their macro in, trying to get all the waves synced, so that way they can push and get this inhib cracked open, making it easier for these team fights.
Speaking of push here, Chief Keef getting dropped dangerous low, Wind of Nature, barely going to save him, but here comes the Tonal's welcome, looking to pick off a member here. He's going to be able to find a Chu taken down. The mid laner from Chubby is going to get taken out. And I have to say, Chubby, that does come down to the macro there. They did not sync those waves with that enhanced Lord. That could have been a great play, a great turnaround for them to open up the base and open up the map of Nefarious, but not able to do what these teams need to do in the late game with those Lords. You have to sync the waves. You have to maximize the potential of the Lord. Speaking of maximize here, Hayabusa, undetected. Roamer's walking right by him. Joker all alone in this bush here, and Sean distracting, but hang on here. He might get revealed on accident. Yes, Barras does find him. Accidentally walks into a shadow stampede, but able to get away with that. One of those shadows that were able to get him back to his side of the map. That could have went very left quick for either team, but all 5 members up right now. from both sides, Chubby and Nefarious. We could see another clash. I would like to see these teams try to hold it back until the Lord, but you just never know between these teams from the MLSA. A call can be made at any moment for the engage for the fight. Right now, Sean has to be careful, is looking for the vision, but he is a support. Hayabusa throwing the shadows. You are able to provide some vision as well. Spots up the members in the river, going to force them back. But like I said, Sean getting dropped low. It is hard to provide that vision with the Mathilda, with those supports. Here comes Chu, though, trying to catch him out. Brave understands Joker might be in some trouble. Colt Alter being popped out, and so is the shadow from Hayabusa. Not going to find a kill just yet. Mathilda bringing in those members. They're looking to chase him down in the jungle, but are going to go ahead and turn around and disengage. They've used a lot of utility from both sides now, looking to sync up and clear up these waves. Lord is coming back in less than a minute, and here comes King, though, in a bad position. Hayabusa could potentially take him out, but no, Electa Blow going to get him out the fray there, as all these teams are looking to just set up for this Lord. They're trying to keep everybody alive, and that's the right call. You can't lose a member right now. A member down could spell disaster for either side. Lord up in almost 10 seconds.
Now, speaking of Lord, these team fights have been consistent and non-stop. Looking at these items here, you got Beatrix and Hayabusa keeping on that lead, but Benedetta out here taking the lead of gold from both teams, making sure that these side lanes are constantly pushed so that they're not suffering on the macro. Superior wave clear, but Beatrix and Hayabusa making the perfect picks, perfect zones. All I know is I see that Mathilda going in.
Is going in. Speaking of plays there, Hayabusa with that perfect bush ambush over there. Not going to be able to find a kill just yet. Spent a lot of time looking for a position. Not going to find the kill. But disappointing Retro getting dropped dangerously low. They left the jungler all alone. That's a member down. And we talked about this. A member down could spell disaster, but looking for the trade. They're trying to find Lapu Lapu. Torn apart memory. Sending out. Not going to find the kill though. Chief Keep in a bad spot. Win the nature. Going to keep him protected. And so is that mobility from Mathilda. They're going to walk away clean in that fight. 1-for-0 trade for their side. Brave understands in from Lapu Lapu though, looking to clear it up. The members of Chubby are working on the Lord. The jungler for the side of Nefarious is down. It would be foolish to contest, and Nefarious is aware that they're not going to go ahead and encroach on that river. Lord picked up by Chubby, and now for the second time, an enhanced Lord in their hand. Will they sink these waves so they can go for this end? You have to learn how to close out these games against a team like Nefarious. You're down 1-0. You don't have time for the little mistakes. Lock in, get the win, find a way to take them down, and even up this series 1-1.
As you stated, the key thing about late game is sinking these waves. I've seen many great games thrown just because the waves weren't synced and the defending team were able to wipe you out because you depended all on your Lord. Now, speaking of another big team fight.
Indeed, we are seeing potentially this final Lord push here. It is looking to siege in the mid. A lot of damage and a lot of poke coming out in between these two teams. Lord has been cleared out again, though, and the poor wave sync from the side of Chubby. They are able to find a tier 2 tower, though, but you would have liked to see some inhibitor pressure, maybe find one get taken down, but they still could look for a play here. Nothing is off the table just yet, but they need to keep the formation tight. You don't want to split up and get picked off. So we're going to pick off Hayabusa, going for the kill. No, Electa Blow from Benedetta is going to stop that shadow kill from Haya. Is going to make them have to disengage, but in the top side, we are seeing pressure on the top inhibitor. Lapu Lapu going to be forced to use the Brave Fighter stance to disengage from the fight as the members of the Nefarious were trying to close in on. Speaking of closing in, Sean on the Mathilda might have overstepped the boundaries. The tone is welcome. Gonna find him. Nibiru Passion not going to do any damage, but speaking of damage, Mathilda Immortality Pop. All the members of the Nefarious looking to take down the support. Brad is going to find the kill on him. That's a member down from the side of Chubby. 5-4 advantage as they are going to go ahead and turn around and look to clear up these waves, clear up these lanes as Chubby's going to disengage. They don't have the 5v5 potential any longer, but not before they go ahead and still out some economy from the side of the Nefarious.
Oh man, beautiful engagements. They were able to get the macro and they weren't able to get the synchronization of the waves like we wanted, but they were able to get what they needed. Almost cracked open the inhib, invaded, starved the Hayabusa from his blue, get the economy up, maintain that 4k gold lead. I will keep noticing, if we look back on the items again, Hayabusa 6-0, super heavy, has full build, able to go in and out, and has been picking off Eunice on the Nefarious as a priority to bait her ult out. Once that ult has been baited, Chubby has been able to win every single team fight because the Nefarious ult is out, and that's huge. That's a huge part of their core strategy. And these constant team fights that's been happening has not let Nefarious get the full potential of their composition.
Speaking of fights there and speaking of compositions, Hayabusa meeting his condition, gonna find the pick off on this Benedetta. That's a member advantage for the side of Chubby ahead of this Lord. Not what you want to see, and I pointed it out before, and I'm gonna say it again. A member down could spell disaster. And with a 4v5 on the table and another enhanced Lord spawning in for the side of Chubby, you could again be facing a loss here, but we do know, even with these Lords, Chubby has not got it done. 2 enhanced Lords and only finding 1 tier 2 tower. Needs to learn how to sync these waves. But speaking of sync, it doesn't look like Nefarious is going to give this up for free. They're going to commit. So is Mathilda. Mathilda Airlines in. Going to go onto the back line for units, trying to force something, but they aren't going to be able to find the kill just yet. Sean going to go ahead and disengage, but conceal play coming in from the side of Nefarious. Like I said, they're here to play. They're here to stay. They're not going to retreat back to base. They're in the face of Chubby, looking to find some real estate to get to this Lord. Disappointing Gretry trying to get inside there. He's trying to open up the map here for his team. He is the front line, but also the jungle. But Hayabusa looking for the back line. Not going to find anything just yet, but here comes Jock on this Lapu Lapu. Brave Fighter stance and Raging Slash, looking to make the clash happen. A let up blow from the opposing XP laner. Nibiru passing from the side. Not going to find anything. No one's going to die, but here comes Hayabusa, changing the narrative. Going to find a kill, and so is Chu. 2 members down from the side of Nefarious, and Chubby can make the call here to go for the 5-man end. And they're going to go ahead and chase Wrath here. I don't know if this is the right decision. This is just about the macro, but Hayabusa looking to find the kill. No, and he's going to waste the retribution, but here comes the 5-man call. They are going to look to end this in the mid lane. Brave Fighter stance again from Lapu Lapu. Once again in the back line. Not going to find anything just yet. Trying to drop you this low, but Immortality still in place. Speaking of Immortality, Lapu Lapu is going to get bursted out. Chubby overstaying their welcome. Torn apart Memory and Valentina gonna find the kill. Chief Key finds the tower, but not before Joker finds Lilia, as they're gonna get ran out of the base. They find 2 inhibitors, but at what cost? You lost a lot of bodies, and the Lord is still in play. It looks like they're gonna turn their attention and start it up. I don't know if this is also the right call. No, they are going to go ahead and back away. Hayabusa, opposite side of the map. No, Keith is still going to keep going. Doesn't want to give it up just yet. But they are going to have to go ahead and leave this, as it is a 3v2. They don't have the number here. They did do a good job of finding those inhibitors. That does open up the base a little bit more. If they are able to secure this Lord, even without a proper sync, a lot of pressure on the Nefarious, but we did see them have an incredible defense there. They took out a lot of members when they tried to end. Hayabusa getting the shadow kill wasted by the Winter Trunks from Wrath, but now that is a useless survival item. Did get used up. Gonna have to maybe sell that for an immortality potentially. Winter Trunchian no longer with the passive is pretty much useless. We need to see the item swap now, but speaking of swap, the Nefarious looking to swap positions with Chubby. They're looking to take control of this Lord. Eunice with the Shadow Stampede, trying to pull this Lapu Lapu. Extended her welcome. I don't know if that's the right call. Immortality almost being popped. In the back line, though, we see King trying to split the fight. This is about to go left, but it could go right. Brave Fighter stands in from Lapu Lapu. Disappointing Rex. You're going to find the Lord. That's an important Lord right there, but the team fight will not stop. They're going to look for more. Hayabusa in the back line. Going to have to try to find a way to get out with those shadows. Members dropping left and low. There is Immortality pop from Eunice on the perimeter. Shadow CP going to get out. Torn apart Memory. Not going to have anything currently going on, but there goes Sean. Taken out by Rap. But Hayabusa looking for the trade. Not going to find it, but it does get Eunice, though. Ooh, can he find a second one? No. Raph going to be able to disengage there. That is a member down from the side of Chubby. And even though they did find the frames right, the spawn time with the passive, the trade was basically useless as he's right back in the game. But speaking back in the game here, Lapu Lapu and company looking to get rid of Benedetta is going to be able to disengage with that Electo blow. They have to be careful here. They are down a member. You can't lose anymore. There is a Lord pushing down in the top side. Nefarious has all their members right now. This could go very wrong for the side of Chubby. They have to find a defense. They weren't very good at pushing with the Lord, but are they good enough to defend against the Lord? Time will tell. We can see Nefarious is syncing up these waves, Poppy Manny. Give me a quick rundown, man. What's going to happen here before the clash begins?
Okay, so you giving that rundown as a quick little break session. All I see is that they've been utilizing the Ramazol, waiting to not get it baited right there in those fights. That has been perfectly executed by Nefarious. Hayabusa had a harder time to get into the back line. Valentina blowing up the front with all this damage. As you see the Lord collapse, they synchronize their waves properly, and here comes the team fight.
Here comes the team fight, and like you said, the collapse. Nefarious trying to show them how to get it done with the wave sinkage. Does find 2 towers. Can they find 3 here on the bot side? They do have Lapu Lapu caught out here all alone. It's going to force him back. Will he have to use the ult? Not just yet. They are pushing that last minion. They have a candy minion left alone, but it's going to get quickly taken out. A clash could happen, though. A lot of damage being used here. They have cracked open 2 inhibitors. Couldn't find the third one. Here's Hayabusa, though, trying to find Eunice. All this for Ram is trying to force a skill potentially. That's a shadow kill from Hayabusa, but not a cult ultra from Eunice. Not going to be baited. made it this time. Like you said, Manny, they cannot give up that ever so important utility for the side of Nefarious. They need that second chance at life that mid laner does offer to their composition, or roamer, to their composition. And now they are all backing off. Both teams, 2 inhibitors down, 1 inhibitor left, in between them and 5 members to complete and protect that Nexus. Lord coming up, though, in another 40 seconds. And it looks like these teams are going to hold back just like the last one. And this next Lord could spell a victory or defeat for either one of these teams.
Oh man, this Lord, every time we come up to this Luminous Lord, it's been a constant team fights left and right? So if we can see them focus, instead of focusing on the Lord, on macro plays, on having these waves crashing, they already have the matching inhibitors gone. So the only hope they have right now is to not get caught in these picks for Chubby's side. Keep trying to bait out Nefarious' ult. On Nefarious' ult side, they've been doing a wonderful job catching it and not getting baited from the utility ult that they need. But they just need to make sure that they're...
Keep an eye on the map here, Manny. Here comes Mathilda and Beatrix from the background. They have found eyes on Joker, but torn apart memory. He's going to be able to spot them out. They weren't able to find the kill, and now Chief Keef is left all alone in the background. This was a misplay for the side of Chubby. You can see the advantage knockdown, but it didn't find the way. Here comes Shadow Stampede, pulling him back. Can Chief Keef get out of here? Mobility, but no. Flicker from Mathilda, or Valentina, trying to take him out, but no. He's going to be able to get away. Sean able to save him after leaving him on an island there, but this is still bad. All the numbers are low, and Nefarious knows this. They are able to start up this Lord as Beatrix had to go for the recall, and right now King doing a good job of keeping their attention on the base. Has Lilia over there defending, so there is no one able to apply this pressure to disappointing Retchie on the Barats. Hayabusa was looking for the same plays before, trying to find some lanes in the background, but did get spotted out. Can he make it in time? Lord's dropping low. 8K dropping even more. Matilda Airline in place. Slows the cold over. All jungles getting knocked out, but Hayabusa gonna find it. It's gonna be that Lord. The total's welcome from Retchie. They're gonna try and clean this up with a team fight. Lapu Lapu drop low, but here goes that Mathilda Mathilda mobility, able to go ahead and disengage. They sneak the Lord and go away with all members. Nefarious now in the uncomfortable position. Lord gonna push down to that bot side. It's the last tower. They're not gonna push to the tower. It's gonna push in that mid lane. Excuse me. Gonna go for the mid lane, and that is the Lord in play for the side of Chubby. Manny, once again, Chubby with a third Lord, a third enhanced Lord. Can they get it done? Can they sink these waves? And will they be able to end the Nefarious here?
If they rotated somebody top, they could get these synced waves, but they're prioritizing another invading clash. Right here, as we see.
That's right, and we're potentially seeing a clash here. No sync waves, but they are looking to synchronize in this fight. Brave Fighter Sands entered in from the Lapu Lapu. Hayabusa getting pulled by the Shadow Stampede. Here comes the Tunnels. Welcome, though, finding the XP laner for Chubby up against the wall. Hands up, don't resist, as they're looking to try and take him out, but a lot of damage coming in from the back line is from Chubby. Torn apart memory, not going to find a kill. Ulysses drop low. Immortality popped by Joker, the Brody, looking to find a kill on Lapu Lapu. They are going to force Immortality down, but looking in the mid lane, a lot of damage. Eunice is going to hear Immortality pop as well. Going to get forced on the kill. Chu is going to find that. Lily doesn't get the kill, but look at Chief Keep on phone no grave, looking to end this, is targeting on the Nexus with the Lord. Will they be able to end it right here? Yes, they do. Oh, Block and company, bang, bang, gang, gang, do find the win and even up the series.
Oh man, what a game, what a game. Both teams neck and neck. Chubby able to utilize the picks and bait out the Faramus so many times during the team fights, but Nefarious not taking it down lately. They were able to come back, get just a macro in, utilize the advantages they had. I want to point out, as Hayabusa's an MVP with 11 his items, he already had full build, was able to get perfect picks on their backline every time, despite the fact that the backline themselves were doing well. They just got outmaneuvered in that point. Looking at the charts here, Benedetta and Brody providing the most tower damage. A lot of macro I see here. Chief Keef on the side of Chubby having a lot of macro himself. Well, but looking at the team fight participation, as you see on Chubby's side, all evenly distributed among the 70%. They were there for every single objective fight, making sure they were constantly there. Over here on Nefarious' side, they were almost in their charts, but their solo laner spent more time farming, taking out the waves, than able to join the fights. And I think that right there, if they had faster clearing and it was more 4v5s than anything. They would have probably came back, but like I said, it's been neck and neck. GG's to both teams. GG's Chubby. Let's see how this next game goes in the series.
Man, oh man, what a clash, what an engagement, and what a turnaround for the side of Chubby. That was honestly surprising, and that was a long game. It was 29 minutes. They're literally tied in terms of minutes with the longest match in MLSA history. I was waiting to see if they would have broke that 30-minute threshold, as no team has done that before. Highest minutes in the building so far is still that 29-minute mark. So excellent game indeed. Some high level of macro, some high level of micro as well, and some good synergy from both teams. Nefarious definitely meeting their match. They're just, I want to say it's like yin and yang right there. They're both opposite sides of that river with equal skill. And oh, I've been waiting to see a team like this and to see the side of Nefarious kind of have a little bit of a harder time, but not the hardest time. But honestly, it was like so even that these teams are pretty much in perfect synergy themselves in terms of competitors. Maybe some rivals on the way, our first rivals in the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. But ladies and gentlemen, appreciate y'all being here. That is just 2 matches. They are taking this to a game 3 as both teams have 1 win on the board. A little bit of a look at the schedule so far. We did see Series 1 Dark Immortals versus Team Saint. Team Saint able to win a 2-1 fashion. Series 2 D-Gods versus Avalanche D-Gods with the 2-0 sweep. And now brand new team in the MLSA, Team Chubby, taking on Nefarious. Both teams have a win under their belt. And then to finish off the day, we are going to be seeing Team Savcon versus Idyllics for the bonus series. Man, oh man, the question is, who will prevail? Who will take the series? A brand new team, Chubby? Or are we going to see Nefarious close it out, the title breakers, the crowd favorites? Find out here momentarily as these teams are preparing to embark right back into the draft for the Land of the Dawn.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home. Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure. I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line, right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the Valley.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something that's gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now, I made it now. You can't ever break us down, break us down. I'll be speechless for the stars, call me Chubby, what they not. And I'll never, ever to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I got the controls. I stand for something. I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now. I just wanna make it burn. Don't let me down. Don't let it all. I'm on the road. I got the start on my goals and I ain't gonna let you down.
Don't you stop. You're a man of silver and gold. Don't you stop. You're the greatest future now. You and I, we can make it up the goal. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fire in our eyes, you and me are strong. Even though we know we're backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
The sky is so vast, isn't it? My little flare.
Papa? Can you reach the sky and ignite the stars?
Of course, Honey Bunch.
Papa never returned home. He's among the stars now. But what about me?
Have faith, little flare.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Land of the Dawn. We are the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. We have had one of the possibly best matches for North America so far. That was honestly better than some of the matches at M4. Going to that 29-minute mark, neck and neck, both teams even on the trade. Currently, we are looking at Chubby versus Nefarious, 1-1, and the question is who will prevail to close out this insane series. Chubby, a brand new team, first time performing in the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. And to be able to do neck and neck with Nefarious is very hard to do. Nefarious is a vet, one of the best, one of the top of the food chain for the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. And now it looks like they may have met their rival. Speaking of the match, we do have two amazing casters on the desk today alongside myself for the round table cast. We have Coach Deku assisting me with the play-by-play, and then we also have Master Rim on the analysis. How you guys doing today?
Doing great, doing good over here with Rim, the analyst. We love having Rim up here at the caster's desk, and with that round table, it's gonna be a lot of fun for us three. But Rim, how are you feeling heading into this match?
Really hyped. I'm pumped. I wasn't in the last game myself, but I definitely feel like I'm ready. If someone tells me something and they annoy me, I'm ready to fight them. That's how hyped I'm feeling right now. And this draft that we're looking at is definitely making me even more hyped. We do see some godly picks being slotted in from both sides, right? We do see that heavy team fight composition coming in from the side of Chubby, and they have that Fanny, and we all know once the Fanny is able to get online, the havoc that she's able to wreak throughout this game. Speaking of wreaking havoc, King on this Martis again, with Eunice on this Kufra, and Joker on this Beatrix. And she's been one of those ADCs that, again, once you allow her to scale, you're gonna have such a smooth gold laner and damage output for this game. So y'all, which draft are you in favors of as the play-by-play analyst casters here?
I mean, I don't know about Wheezy, but we do know what Nefarious does with that Beatrix Joker, aka something to love. And then also on the top side with Martis in the hands of Azumi, formerly, both of these players having two of the picks they love to have. Beatrix, one of his hot picks, and Martis as well. Apparently a rising pick for Azumi. He feels like no one can stop him on it. So that's my take on that. I feel like they're definitely in a position to win here. But what say you, Wheezy?
I'm 100% going to give it to Nefarious. Just because, first of all, Skills has Fanny, which is a great pick, but you have a Kufra to kind of negate it over there into the hands of Eunice. Not to mention, they also have a Valentina who can take the real-world manipulation over there from Chu. So that's two things working in their favor. Then you have Beatrix over there into the hands of Joker, that pocket pick, that comfort pick, able to get that job done. And then not to mention, they have a Martis with the Mortal Coils and the Decimation. And then to top it off, we're seeing a Carmilla jungle. This is like all the Infinity Stones in the gauntlet for Thanos right now for a team composition.
Yeah, but I don't know. I feel like once you're a good Fanny player, you don't care about a Kufra, and we see that as she's able to secure that first blood on a Kufra, right? You would think that if you have a Fanny, picks like Minzathar and, a Franco with that suppression, or even the Kufra with that second skill to be able to counter her. But it's like they say, a good Fanny has no counters, though. Speaking of counters, we do see a little hustle happening up in the top side.
Indeed, we do, as Dairos looking to hop on top of King here and does force the flicker. Already some early utility being burnt out from the side of Nefarious.
Yeah, definitely some early utility. And I'm wondering, like, with this turtle play, how it's going to work. One thing Martis can kind of shine in was the Mortal Coils. He does have level 4. He has Decimation in effect now. Turtle, nobody is pulling the aggro yet. Mikima kind of doing some zone, is possibly going in. Forced to use the flicker. 4v3 situation. Cooper in the bush, or Grok in the bush, gonna go ahead and connect with the wild charge. You are seeing a stun. King getting a kill onto Dairat, though. Decimation is possibly in effect, but oh my goodness, Skills with the cutthroat, the double kill. Man, Strike, you're out. A triple kill. Oh my goodness. Did I say 100%? Hold on now. 100% into the hands of Skills with these cables right now.
Gotta recant that statement. And speaking of statements, Chief Keef making one down in the bot side, actually taking down the Beatrix side. And Nefarious as that turtle falls into the hands of this Fanny, who's 4-0-0 right now.
And that's what you want to see, right? When you slot an assassin jungle, which Chubby actually did in the last game. And looking at these items here, right? Fanny already locking in that first item. Definitely going to help be able to dish out some more damage. While I'm speaking on damage, you do see some damage happening here in the top side.
Yes, we do. Wrath with the Terrify is going to lead to the knockup to Kufra, and he will be taken down by this Martis, a killing spree in his hands. But on the bot side, Fanny finds Beatrix and Joker off to a rough start, 0-2. Not getting it done, not getting online in the gold lane right now.
I know who's off to a good start. Skills is sitting 5-0-0 right now. Talk about an early game Fanny, man. I'm definitely about to be taking notes on watching his rotation. This is not just a Festival of Blood Fanny. This is that M4 Fanny, right? A little bit of that Carl Teasy at its finest. This is Skills Teasy right now. 5-0-0 running with that high and dry.
Right, and this is what you want to see. Like I was saying before, right? You do a possible kill here coming down to this Leslie in the bot lane. Just beautiful plays here.
And action all over the place. As we did see the steel cables on the top side. Was looking for a kill, wasn't able to find it though, as Martis was able to go ahead and disengage and go for that recall. But now Chubby closing in that lane is gonna go ahead and proxy off that XP wave.
They're definitely gonna turn me into a play-by-play analyst, because I can't get a moment to get these words out with the aggression coming out from these two teams. Speaking of aggression,
we did see the wild charge come into play as Darf is going to follow it up and take out Valentina.
And that is a kill on to the board. One member down for the side of Nefarious. Make that possibly two. Eunice forced to use a flicker out. And man, oh man, a wise retreat indeed. But now Martis rushing in with the mortar coils. Possibly a decimation connecting. He is able to secure that kill. And now looking at King, he does fall himself.
And Chief Keef able to go ahead and find the return trade and take out the King, as he will go ahead and step onto the throne.
Now, Wizard was in favor of the side of the draft on Nefarious, right? But looking at the side of Chubby, they have this early game dominance as well as the ability to scale in that late game with that Leslie and the Rod there, right? We do know their damage potential. Speaking of damage potential,
Seeing Eunice here with the engage didn't quite land that knockup there. It would have definitely led to a kill, as disappointing Retry was there on the back end to potentially follow up on that engage.
Now, I'm interested to say, I thought Eunice was a mage player, but now we're seeing her run the Kufra?
Right? Ooh, speaking of things running though, not going to be able to escape the Fanny. That's 6-0-1 right now, and this is giving feelings of watching Ackerman Kush out here right now, but no, it's Chubby with their own cushion. Here comes real world manipulation falling in on King here. Mortal Coils is not going to be able to save him, but no, maybe it does save him, but no, Brock's going to chase Sean, looking to go ahead and take him out, does find the kill.
You do see Carmilla picking up that turtle in that trade, though. Looking into the mid turret, Wrath going in, trying to tear down this tier 3 tower. And man, oh man, like you said, I'm kind of worried. I feel like this Fanny over there, Skills TZ, gonna kind of fly through my screen if I'm not careful. This man is insane. 6-0-1 paving the way for the early game. He has 60% of the kills for the side of Chubby right now, and he is the glue, the spine of their book, and they need to kind of play around him. But the thing about Fanny is Fanny does fall off late game, but I don't know. A master of his craft, we might not even see that with how well Skill TZ is performing today.
absolutely, and they're able to find these trades, right? And it's like I was saying, oh, these engages.
Wild charge coming into play, but there goes the cursed bloodlings as well. Nehru's passion is going to find Chief Keef.
Bang, bang, down he goes. A double kill, taking out Sean as well, and that's what we say. Bang, bang. And not only bang, bang, they are going to take that tier 3 tower on the top side. Now, Rim, back to what you were saying before. You're so rudely interrupted by these insane clashes.
See again at the rate these teams are going, but like the side of Chubby, right? Their draft, they do have the early game and they do scale into that late game, right? And Skills here is already online in the early game, helping his team be able to transition. Speaking of transition, we see a fight happening.
Absolutely, real world manipulation coming down right now, but here comes Skills with the Fanny. Mortal Coils still getting taken out by Valentina there.
Oh, what a kill, what a play. Down goes their glue behind the book. Manipulation going down. Sean getting a kill, able to wind up a takedown Wrath on the Valentina.
But the fight's not over. Nubu's passion, a little more auto attacks, is going to go ahead and win out the 1v1 in between the gold laners.
But they are trying to go in, trying to find a potential kill. We do know he has the decimation. He has the mortar coils, forcing the side of Chubby on the retreat. Looks like they are going to push off. There goes that mortar coils. Indeed, manipulation popping down for some zoners. And it looks like the side of Nefarious is going to disengage.
They definitely, both these teams are out for blood, right? I know we were saying that. The side of Nefarious definitely met their match here in the MLSA. Speaking of things being met, we do see some items being picked up. Leslie locking in. She doesn't have a core damage item yet, but she does have that Wind Talker to help clear. We do see some damage coming in on the Smartest in the bot side as it's a 2v1 situation.
And now making it 2v2 as Carmilla has joined the fray and is going to be able to assist King in disengaging. But hang on here, conceal from the rest of the members of Nefarious. Currently 4 members here. Sean walking into them, but not going to get caught out just yet though, as he is going to be able to escape because his fate was almost decided by the members of Nefarious there. Ooh, but speaking of fate here, real world manipulation, reality setting in, and still cables are on the way. Cutthroat going to be able to find Wrath in the jungle.
Man, what a play. That's insane cabling from Skills right now. Definitely living up to the name, but an engagement in the mid-river. Possible conceal play and a pick-off. Maybe in the favor for Nefarious, but you are seeing the battle. Both teams kind of evening it out. Not really going to go in for a kill, but trying to wait for the other one to make that mistake. But looking at the map so far, right, they have a lot of turrets in their disposal for the side of Chubby. If you are looking at, actually, no, they lost one turret, and actually both sides losing a turret, but the mid lane did fall for the side of Chubby. So Nefarious in the lead in terms of the real estate right now, in terms of gold, even on the board. And this is what I said, this is that yin and yang. These teams are the rivals for the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy.
Definitely the rivals. Wall charge being forced out by Sean here. Now walking around that Lord, taking a lot of damage from Joker on this Beatrix barrier going out. Going to be able to try and slow them down. But in the top side, Fanny does find the kill, but more action on the way potentially down here by the Lord pit.
Did you see Lord reset on Grok's wall? He like teleported. Man, hit an instant transmission to go back in place. But like you said, Fanny able to pick up that kill. Not only kill, it's going to go ahead and translate that into a tier 3 tower for the top side. Still a little bit of a possible engagement. Eunice giving some vision on to this Lord, but look at the mid lane. Look at Makima bursted down by disappointing Retri on this Carmilla.
And that's what you want to see, right? You want to see these pickups, and Nefarious definitely has to depend on them right now. Speaking of things to be dependent on, Fanny picking up her blue buff and some items being locked in as well. We see Beatrix locking in 2 of her core items. We do see Fanny in a little 1v1 situation here, but who's gonna win?
King is gonna take him down with that decimation. Oh, but Sean looking for the re-engage.
Is possibly gonna try and get the kill. Guardian's barrier going down, but looks like Mortal Coil's having other plans. Gonna dash right through it. But again, translating these things into objectives, you are seeing Lord go to Nefarious.
And that's what you want to see, right? You did bring up a good point earlier where you said the Fanny is one of those picks. Even though it can succeed in the early game, she does fall off in the late game. But the side of Nefarious actually only scales as this game goes further, right? Ralph on this Valentina has a lot of ultimates at their disposal, and there's a lot of damage coming in as well from Joker on this Beatrix, as well as King on this Martis. So as long as they can sink these lanes, they would be able to secure some objectives with that Lord push. And they did secure a tower, but a team fight might be on its way here.
Definitely could be on its way, with something on its way indeed is the Lord, but it's quickly being made light work of as barrier from Grok going to separate the members of Nefarious. But hang on here, still cables from this Fanny, potentially looking to open up this fight. No, Nefarious is going to be able to get this tier 2 in tower for free here with not much contest from the side of Chubby. They're going to give that up. And now, just left to all inhibitors for their side, not much stopping the side of Nefarious and potentially finding their way to that Nexus.
Definitely a interesting match. 14-12, pretty even on the board, but wait a minute. Guardian's barrier forcing the flicker out of King. Wild charge for the escape. But no, actually, that's Wrath on the Valentina, stealing that Grok's skill set, that I am you. But as we are seeing, look at the top side again. Fanny doing Fanny things. Skills Teasy on the prowl. It's going to go ahead and sync up these minions for a potential tier 2 tower push. And that is going to force King on the top side to defend.
Now, they definitely have to be on the defensive here on the side of Chubby, right? They couldn't find an answer for the Fanny in the early game, but they were able to kind of, shut her down by securing that blue buff and denying it away from him. So that's definitely a smart play for the side of Nefarious there.
Absolutely a smart play. And speaking of plays, both teams right now taking it nice, slow, and controlled here. There's not much to kind of duke it out over, not much to fight over. The next neutral objective up in 40 seconds. They're going to go ahead and just take their time and look to set up around it. You can see Nefarious right now kind of looking to set up for maybe a bush ambush. Speaking of ambush, in the bush, we are seeing Chief Keith trying to find that kill. Not going to be able to get it. Valentina does escape narrowly with a sliver of help. Going to find the recall. And I don't know, man. Give that another 2 minutes or so, and you're not going to be escaping that Leslie.
Speaking of Leslie, though, we got to give her a little bit of credit on that ultimate sniper. One of the things that she provides is vision. Every time that ultimate sniper goes into effect, you can see everybody on the board for the opposing side. And that was kind of the reason why she procced that out for her team. There we go again, ultimate sniper. Everybody has been revealed, and the question is, what are you going to do with King pushing down on this bottom lane? You are seeing Skills TZ having that blue buff as well. Maybe another potential master of cables, that Spider-Man in the Land of Dawn going for the back line, as you are seeing the side of Nefarious push in for this Lord. Grok kind of winding up over there on Sean. Possibly trying to give some vision, some zoners, but taking some serious damage. Down goes the manipulation. Chew getting a kill on the Joker. Down goes Beatrix.
Facilitated by that Grok there, and Abysmal Strike gonna find Wrath on the return.
You do see Lord at about a quarter of HP. Skills at a quarter HP as well. Chief Keef getting a kill on the Unis. Down goes Kufra.
On Foldum Grave looking to take down the members of Nefarious. Cursed Bloodlink though is gonna find the way. King with the Mortal Coils looking to find a kill with the Flicker on the third piece. Is gonna find the knockup, and the Decimation is gonna find that kill, and he's on the hunt for more.
He is on the hunt, on the prowl, but Skills, the same return, is gonna go ahead and find a kill as well. Killing Spree activated, a 1-for-1 trade. Down goes Skills as well into the hands of Carmilla.
And speaking of return, the members of Nefarious looking to collapse on this. Martyrs are looking to find him out in the jungle. Mortal Coils, he's trying to stay alive. Abysmal Strike, he keeps on trying to stop him. Does he have the Decimation? No, but the reality is setting in. Real world manipulation and Abysmal Strike for Dire. They're going to go ahead and take him down in a bloodbath in the river, in the jungle for this enhanced Lord.
And we do see, speaking of blood coming in, Beatrix picking up that, actually the has claws. I was about to say the bloodless axe, but a little misread there on my end. But she's definitely has her full build right now, but she has that defense component. I'm not sure if she's probably gonna sell that for a little more sustain, but picking up the immortality, which I would recommend, right? So if she does get picked off, she would have that second chance at life. Speaking of having a second chance at life, that real world manipulation, Heave, right, has the Ice Speed wand, able to offer a lot of slows towards the side of Nefarious, which is definitely gonna help Leslie be able to dish in that damage and for Dorat to be able to secure those kills. Speaking of skills being secure, Martis full build, he has the defense as well as the damage to dish out and secure these kills. We do see both teams kind of setting up around this turtle. We do see like another 1v1 situation here on the bot side.
No, Fanny completely ignoring him for the tower. But speaking of ignore, disappointing Retry can't ignore this neutral objective. They will set up for the contest up against Chubby. Now, Sean might have been a little too overextended. The S1 has came out of the way. This with the magic ball staying on top of him. Barry has entered the fray. Now, all alone, Eunice could get caught out here, taking a lot of damage from the Leslie. Lord, still very fat and chunky, just like Chubby here, can still play, coming in, looking for the wraparound, but no one around Eunice there. Don't know exactly where she's going, looking a little lost, a little dazed in the fray. But speaking of both members, the Martis and the Fanny from the side, and Nefarious and Chubby currently missing. But look on the backside, look at Martis, keep an eye on him. He has found Chief Keef in the background. There goes the flicker, Mortal Coils, but he's missing the mark, doesn't find the kill, and now gonna be stuck in between Chu and this Leslie. Could potentially get taken out here. The XP laner does get taken out, does get taken down amongst this Lord fight. More action going on. Real world manipulation setting in for the side, and Nefarious getting knocked out by the Lord as well. Chief Keef, Bang Bang, Glow Gang, and company is going to be able to find a kill. Now looking at Wrath is going to go ahead and turn around though for disappointing Retry. Deadly Slide coming out is going to get separated by the barrier. Not going to be able to keep up on top of Sean, and Sean is Neiman now going to turn back around with the damage. But here comes Leslie and Chief Keef. Going to be able to find the kill, assisted by Chu on this Valentina, and Chubby has taken down 4 members of Nefarious and picked up that enhanced Lord.
And that is a 4-for-1 trade, and you are seeing Chubby lead the way, not only taking the Lord, but the Luminous Lord, matter of fact, taking all 4 members down, leaving only Wrath by himself. And now this is going to open up a chance for a possible early finish, as they are going to sink these lanes. But look at the top side. Minions kind of trying to make their way over there. Maybe Skills is going to rush in. I love his mindset, knowing exactly where to be on the map. This is what he's going to go for. He's trying to catch up to this Lord, as he has to go through that tier 2 turret. But Cho getting a kill on to Martis with that manipulation.
We had a double real world drop there, but Chubby obviously winning out, the original and not the copycat, going to show how to get it done. And there goes Lord with the charge passive, working on that bot inhibitor, and then the mid inhibitor as well, being worked on by the members of Chubby. Cursed Bloodlinks dropping down, immortality being popped on this die-off, though. We are seeing Wrath get focused, Skills trying to find the kill. Valentina dancing around, but now caught out by the barrier, does get taken down.
Did you see the inhibitor falling as well? All inhibitors down, and Eunice getting a kill on to Wrath.
But now Chubby looking for the engage. The wild charge does find Joker, but no follow-up to be able to take him down, as Eunice is going to take down the opposing roamer.
And now Skills taking down disappointing Retry. Down goes Carmilla.
There goes Diminished Rage, is going to find Eunice, though, from the Leslie.
Now look at the Nexus, down to a quarter HP. You are seeing minions rush in, a double kill into the hands of Joker, taking out Skills.
and they're not going to let this go away. Nefarious with the defense. They can't get taken out here. The veteran team showing the defense, showing the ironclad mentality here. They won't let Chubby run away with this, but they do lose all inhibitors, and that is a dire situation up against someone like Skills on this Fanny. A split push could be imminent, could be dangerous for their well-being in this 1-1 series in this best of 3.
And that's what you want to see, right? We do see we're in that late game. We're in the final clashes. We can see that everyone pretty much has their full builds locked in, right? And I was talking about the Beatrix earlier. I recommended the Mortality, but she opted in for more damage, which definitely helps in that defense, being able to melt that Fanny, who, as we all know, has insane split push capabilities. But things that is insane. Leslie's true damage that she's going to be able to dish out here, right? But we do see, I love that I'm seeing some more immortalities though being picked up. It's a very smart item, especially in these team fights, because a respawn can change the scale of a battle, because someone can use all of their resources on you, but you still have this clutch item coming in, bringing you back into the battle. And these teams definitely are going to battle for this Lord that's spawning here, right? But I want to say though, right, the side of Chubby, their Grok has to play a little more passive, because in these past team fights, he's been taking so much damage trying to give vision, but the side of Nefarious has always been able to keep their HP up and get some more momentum going for them. So he definitely has to try to not take so much damage so he can set his team up so they can win one of these clashes for these objectives here.
Definitely need to be looking to go ahead and win out these objectives. And speaking of things, winning out, a lot of immortalities have been picked up. I think that's 7 or 8 immortalities amongst these 10 players. So like you said, Rim, a very clutch item, and both these teams know that. But hang on here, concealed play coming out from Chubby. Grok trying to find an opening, trying to find something here for his team. Doesn't find it. Barrier going out, but not going to be able to catch anybody out. Speaking of catch out though, Sean going into the bush. Business Rage stacking on top of him, taking a lot of damage. Like you pointed out with some of this vision, has to be careful. You don't want to get dropped low. The Lord is still very high in HP. You got a long way to go before this fight is over. And now he's underneath half HP, but there goes the wild charge. And now Real World dropping down. Dyro trying to find the kill. Immortality has been popped. Fanny does find Joker. The Beatrix is down.
You see Eunice winding up, unable to hit the mark, and now the front line for the side of Nefarious, but you are seeing them on the heavy aggression. Carmelo rushing in, possible Curse of Blood on the way. You do see a little bit of peel from Eve, trying to keep them at bay, but wait a minute. You do see Immortality procced onto Eunice, gonna go ahead and wind out to try and disengage, but Ultimate Sniper having other plans. Manipulation going down as well. And down.
Look at the base, Weezy!
Oh,
the back door!
Oh no, Mike, not the back door! Ladies and gentlemen, this is Skill Teasy!
Victory!
This is Skill Teasy, bro! That is literally the same way that Carl Teasy ended games in M4. The backdoor Fanny play on the base.
We talked about it. I said it. I said this is an uncomfortable position with all the inhibitors gone up against Skills on this Fanny. A backdoor could be imminent, and it happened right there on the last Lord of the match there. Straight down the mid lane. He sanked all those waves. He had a slow push in mid wave. There was a bunch of minions there. He had been setting that up for quite some time, and it paid off in the end as he was able to secure the victory on the side of Chubby Buns. And not just the victory, but the series, as they do beat out Nefarious 2-1.
Oh man.
Can we take a moment though to point out the irony of that ending? Because as we all know, right, Azumi on this Martis, he was able to secure his team a backdoor win as well. So it's kind of a little bit ironic, you know, seeing them be taken out in almost the same fashion. But looking at these team fights here, these statistics, we do see pretty high on both ends, right? There was a lot of clashes happening here. We do see, man, you gotta point it out to Skills. I definitely think MVP of this game is able to be everywhere on the map and still get these objectives done despite being at a disadvantage. I think he didn't even have his blue buff at the end there, but still able to make the most out of the pick.
Definitely making the most out of the pick and making the most out of the series for the hands of Chubby right now. Whoa! Let's just take a minute to admire. This is their first time competing on our professional platform, the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, and they put on a show. That was honestly one of the best matches, one of the best series we have ever had. And a special shout out to both of those teams. Nefarious, you did an excellent job. Macro was there, micro was there, everything was there for both teams. But yeah, that Fanny just prevailed, able to get to that backdoor nexus without nobody there. And that's one of the things that Fanny can offer, is that mobility. And I gotta give it to Skills Teasy, man. That literally reminds me, he's literally like Carl Teasy. The man jungles just like him. I'll kid you not. Go watch M4. Go watch their team jungle and watch how he performs. They literally just did this at M4 with a backdoor nexus push with the Fanny. So definitely impressive nonetheless. And I really look forward to seeing what both teams are going to bring to the future for the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. But speaking of the future, a little bit of a look at the schedule going forward. We have completed Series 1, Dark Immortals versus Team Saint. You did see Dark Immortals lose in a 2-1 fashion, Team Saint taking the lead. Series 2, D-Gods versus Avalanche, a brand new team in the MLSA. For Avalanche, D-Gods, the team from the Wild Wild West, kind of taking down some of these vets. We'll call them like the bounty hunter team. But D-Gods was able to pull that off with the sweep. Series 3, we just seen that today. One of the best matches ever in history for the MLSA for the North American side. Almost tied up there with the Philippines tournament that we ran recently. Slightly below it, but very, very insane nonetheless. And a super big shout out to both teams on that series. Definitely enjoyed it, and I look forward to seeing what you guys do in the future. But now we have a Series 4, a bonus series in full effect, and we have Team Saficon versus Idyllics, two teams that have recently started competing for the MLSA, and they're trying to let their name be known in the land of Dawn. So don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We will be getting these teams in. They are going to be preparing to face off in a best of 3 in the land of the Dawn. We'll see you guys momentarily for Series 4.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home. Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure. I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line, right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the Valley.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause it's just what I made it now,
time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now. I just wanna make it better. Don't let me down, don't let it all fall. I've been on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Don't you stop. You're made of something good. Don't you stop. You're the greatest, don't you know? You and I, we can make it up the go. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. The fire in our eyes and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
The sky is so vast, isn't it? My little flare.
Papa? Can you reach the sky and ignite the stars?
Of course, honey bunch.
Papa never returned home. He's among the stars now. But what about me?
Have faith, little flare.
Now this is a wonder to behold.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the land of the Dawn. We are the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, and man, oh man, did we see an insane Series 3. We got to see Nefarious, the crowd favorite, go against their anti-rivals, the anti-Nefarious, if you so be it, and that was Chubby. Really insane. Honestly, I literally think that is the American Carl TZ with the fanny. A little bit of homage over there to Echo from the Philippines, but man, oh man, that was impressive. I really look forward to seeing what both of those teams bring forward for the MLSA, and I can't wait to see them in NACTs. I know that is going to be some top 8 teams, top 4 teams for sure. But speaking about today, let's go ahead and look at the schedule. A little bit of that breakdown. We did see Dark Immortals and Team Saint going to best of 3 for Series 1. Team Saint able to close it out 2-1. Series 2, D-Gods versus Avalanche. D-Gods with a 2-0 sweep. And then Series 3, the best series of the day. Chubby versus Nefarious, and it was a 2-1 into the hands of Chubby. And now, Series 4, the bonus series, Team Safcon versus Idyllics. Super excited to see what they're going to do going forward. 2 newer teams to the MLSA that have been competing within Week 5 and Week 6. So we'll see how they kind of compete today and how we rate them compared to the other teams trying to climb that ladder in the academy. Speaking of the academy, we are joined by the amazing Master Rim on the On Point analysis. I will be your play-by-play today. How you doing, Rim?
I'm doing great. My energy is still there from that last game. It was such an amazing game so far. But speaking of amazing games, we are possibly going to jump into one here versus the side of TS and Idyllics here, right? And looking at the draft so far, we do see a lot of strong picks being taken as well as banned off, right? The side of Idyllics banning out that carry, as we know, has been wreaking havoc. And there's nothing really that you can do to, defend against her. Speaking of defense, though, TS locking in this Diggy, that's definitely going to help them be able to mitigate some of the crowd control coming in from that Chow and that Lapu Lapu from the side of Idyllics here. Speaking of, though, we do see this mid lane matching up. We do see the Xavier versus that Farsa. Both has some high ground damage potential, though I would say it favors on the side of Xavier in terms of the poke that he's able to dish out there. Speaking of poke, we do see, I like that it's more of a poke comp position for the draft from TS as they have finalized it. They have that, like I said, it's high poke, they have the Diggy Bombs, they have this Brody, as we all know, he's one of those marksmen that kind of has the poke before he taps that ultimate, as well as Xavier. But the draft is locked in, Wizzy. Who are you in favor of so far?
The draft is locked in, and man, oh man, I gotta say, I'm leaning more into the favor of Team Saficon, just because they have Xavier for the CC. We know how well he can deal from the early to the late game. They have Brody to kind of negate some of that damage, can kind of stun somebody, rush out with the flicker, worst case scenario, especially on that Ling. You have Karina being able to go in with that magic assassin damage, but to top it off, they have CC at their disposal with Ruby. Not only Ruby, but Xavier as well, and then they run the Diggy to negate CC from the side of Idyllics. So I don't know, I kind of feel like I like their draft a little bit better. Not to mention you have Xavier possibly gonna try and stun Farza with that feathered airstrike, may be a game plan. But as we embark into the land of the dawn, who are you voting for in terms of the draft going forward, Rim?
I'm 50-50, and here's why, right? Both these teams, I think they do have a balanced poke potential, right? We do see XL on this Clint, and like as Coach mentioned, he did get a buff to his passive where he's able to deal that damage from further. Speaking of dealing damage from further, we do see Gia on this Farsa. That ultimate can definitely help dish out damage to the back line, and we do know that's where Xavier and this Brody is going to want to be, and she's definitely able to reach there with no ease. And on top of that, right, we have Real on this lane that's able to just jump in and secure kills if necessary. So I'm definitely 50-50. I feel like it's going to come down to execution and how these teams and how disciplined these teams can be in terms of setting up for objectives and how they kind of peel for these objectives, right? I will say, though, in the gold lane, the side of TS definitely has to give this Brody a little more help as he is in a losing lane here. So that Diggy, definitely, that's where he wants to be able to provide some poke and burst against this Clint, because as we see right now, he's losing his lane, almost taken out there, and they definitely need to put some focus in his lane.
Speaking of focus, we hit a good point over there on to Brody, that battle to win. He takes a little bit of time to rev up, especially with that attack speed. So he's going to be a little bit of that slow starting engine. Now, I guess one thing on the side of Idyllics that they do have is dive potential, right? You have Farza with the Feather Airstrike able to rain down those bombs from afar. Ling able to rush in and get a possible kill with the tips of blades, as we are seeing it in hand. Excel getting a kill, taking out Kaze on the Karina. That is the jungler down already for first blood, going into the hands of Idyllics.
Now that's just going to be able to help them position and transition to take this turtle without any contest, right? The gold lane, they're already winning. They did take some damage, so they're going to back off. But we see in the mid lane here, they're already winning out. And the feathered airstrikes, again, coming in for the side of Idyllics here. But speaking of, there's a team fight happening for this turtle.
You do see it possibly going into the hands of Idyllics. They already took first blood, and Real on this Ling is going to go ahead and proc that retribution and take this turtle, now increasing that gold lead by about 500. Now looking in the bottom side, with the dive potential and with that Diggy being the roam for the side of Team Saficons, they are at a slight disadvantage as they have no answer really to kind of cancel that feathered airstrike. And then here we go, speaking of diving, the way the dragon would show, dawning light from across the map. Jay on this Fars is gonna go ahead and get that kill. Down again goes one of the members for Saficon, and that is going to be that Bruno or that Brody having that slow start in the gold lane. And man, oh man, 2-0 right now, and they need to find an answer soon.
And that's the thing, like, I don't know if they necessarily have an answer. I know earlier I said that I think the draft is even, but as this match progresses, right, looking at this Karina, it is going to be a damage Karina as they did opt in for that magic emblem, right? But looking at this draft, the side of Team Saficons definitely doesn't have that tank, and they'll need one right now.
As you see, Feather Airstrike going down, taking out the Diggy, and this is what we said, no answer for this dive composition. Look at Sapphic, caught in a bad situation between 4 members of Idyllics and quickly bursted down. And man, oh man, 4-0 on the board already, climbing in objectives, climbing in real estate. The economy is rising for Idyllics right now, and it is just not as a good start for the side of Team Saficons. They need to find answers. You're letting Farza farm, you're letting her get these kills, which means these feathered airstrikes are only going to get harder and harder. And then speaking of the lead in the gold lane, Excel having a better time. It's going to go ahead and rev up on this gold, which is going to continuously give Sapphic a hard time. Even with Diggy protecting Brody, he's not really protecting anything as Diggy cannot stop this full dive composition from Idyllics.
Absolutely, and that's the thing, right? They have the dive composition, but it's not dependent on heavy crowd control because they have the burst to follow up, right? So even if they do lock in, the most that they have is this way of the dragon to be able to mitigate that, right? But that's the only thing that he can really counter because after his ultimate gets baited out, we still have this Lapu Lapu who's able to dash in and have this AoE stun as well as damage. Speaking of damage here, we do see these teams setting up for this turtle.
Possibly gonna try and take a clash on the way as turtle is in effect. No team pulling the aggro, but you do see that feather airstrike going in, trying to get a kill, and it again making his mark onto Diggy, catching him in that last feather airstrike. Kaze getting a kill onto Real's gonna answer back by taking out the jungler for the side of Idyllics with that shadow assault. Dawning light raining down the mid of the map. Jay gonna take another kill, mega kill, but Ruby getting a kill as well. You are gonna see Safic on the bottom side though, finally turning the tide on to Excel on this Clint and actually takes down that tier 3 tower. And that is a big win for the side of Team Saficons to go ahead and take a turret. And now only up 1,000 for the side of Idyllics. They are going to try and increase this lead even more. Rushing into this turtle, and you do not see Karina anywhere in sight. And there it goes again. Another neutral objective into the hands of Idyllics.
That they actually were able to secure a win. As we all know, they've been struggling in this early game here. Speaking of struggles, Brody might get picked off here again.
You do see the clash on the way the dragon connecting. Sapphics using the torn apart memories, unable to connect with the stacks, but Jay connecting with the feathered airstrike. Down goes Sapphic again. 0-3-0 for the Brody, and he is having a hard start. He is not going to be able to rev up. This is a very slow engine, maybe needing a little bit of an oil change moving forward. But speaking of moving forward, the heavy aggression onto the red buff, forcing Kaze out of it, and now they're going to translate this into stealing some of his buffs. Just like watching Friday and seeing Debo steal that man's bike, stealing that red buff into the hands of Real, just increasing that gold lead inch by inch, and now slowly going to turn into a mile, up by 3,000 gold. The mountain has started, the snowball has formed, and not only the snowball, look at that tier 3 tower in the mid lane falling into the hands of Idyllics as well.
Not only towers falling into their hands, but a lot of core items being picked up here. We did see Gia on this Farsa already locking in that dominating combo of Clock of Destiny and Lightning Truncheon, right? We do see Clint already. He has the advantage in this gold lane, right? Locking in those 2 core items. Speaking of a core item getting locked in, Lapu Lapu already has that sustainability as well as the damage, and this Chow with that defense. So the side of Idyllics is definitely playing, the cards have been dealt in favor of their hands right now.
Do you see the reverse time going in on Ling, but rushing back in, gonna go ahead and get to the back line, take out Sapphic, and the clash is not over as the way the dragon connecting onto Kaze and Excel bursting him down with the grenade bombardment. That is a kill into the hands of Clint, and that is a 9-2 lead in terms of kills for the side of Idyllics. You're not seeing any answers. You're not seeing any member kind of rev up on the side of Team Sapphicons. Monster kill in the mid lane. You are seeing Diggy again. What is going on? What does Jay have against this Diggy right now? He is just stacking up kills, and this is what we said. Diggy is not the answer to a dive composition. Diggy is the answer to CC, but CC is not the problem. The problem is a feathered airstrike, the way of the dragon, the Tempest of Blades rushing in on your backline, and all you have is a reverse time and a time journey to defend.
Speaking of defense, right? I would like to have seen.
Oh, they're trying to cut off Rim. They're not trying to give Rim time to breathe as Mockingbird's going to take out Sapphic, going to the backline again. Brody is now 0-5-0. This is what we talk about when focusing the backline. Ladies and gentlemen, take notes. Get out your textbooks. Chapter 1 is started. Get to the backline. Class is led by Idyllics.
See, and I definitely think that if the Karina opted in for a little more and went for the defensive build instead of full mage, because we've seen that he's really getting picked off, right? And a dead jungle is not able to secure or contest any objectives, because if your team is alive but you're off of the map, your team can't even respond. Speaking of teams responding here, Brody getting taken off again and them securing that tower. Weezy, what do you think right now?
I don't know, man. I feel like there's a wanted poster over there for Brody right now, and they're just trying to claim the reward. You did see that Brave Fighter stance over there by Mockingbird with the Raging Slash to secure that kill. Everybody's getting a piece of Brody today, and definitely has the marksman. You're the backline. You do not want to solo push out, especially with the deficit that your team is in. They're up about almost 10,000 gold. They're down to their inhibitors for every single lane. You cannot split push, especially as a backline right now. You need to be patient. Wait for the side of Idyllics to make a mistake. Wait for them to be over aggressive, and that is when you capitalize. But solo pushing out by yourself as a backline is never the right answer.
I mean, I wouldn't even consider them having to push out. These feathered airstrikes are catching them in the backline and just taking them out as soon as we blink. But we did see Xavier being able to steal that red buff there. I don't know how much is going to help him, but it's like I said, right, earlier, in the draft when we were discussing it, the side of Idyllics, they definitely have the upper edge in terms of getting to that backline and being able to offer more poke and being able to secure these kills. And we do see them possibly going to secure this objective without any contest from the side of TS. And they're not in the position to, right? Looking at these items, they're definitely behind in terms of builds here. We do see Clint locking in 3 core items, building into that Blade of Despair. We do see that Chow, who's been having these beautiful sets. He has the balanced defense coming out on both ends here. Speaking of defense, the side of TS does not really have any, right? Their main front line right now is Ruby, and Ruby has not been able to make any major impact. We do know that she has the ability to cancel the feathered airstrikes, but the way that TS is utilizing these team fights is definitely making it harder. Speaking of making it harder, this defense is going to be a hard one.
You do see Lord burst it down before he can crash into the mid inhibitor. Blade of Despair picked up by Excel on this Clint to make things even harder. The highest physical DPS item in the game is now in the hands of a 3-0-5 Clint. Looking at the board so far, a lot of insurance into the hands of Idyllics as they're still holding on to their entire mid lane, tier 2 towers for the mid or the bottom and the top side. Just a very strong lead, and you are seeing the side of Idyllics or Team Sapphicons on the back end needing a possible answer to stay inside of this engagement, to stay inside of this match. As slowly but surely, you're going to see Idyllics push in for these inhibitors if they can make it to the next Lord play with contesting and zoning Team Sapphicons into their base.
Now, the Team Sapphicons definitely have potential, right? We definitely need to see some combos coming through from their side as well. We did see this Chow and Farsa being able to combo. But looking at the side of TS right now, they do have the same combo ability. If Xavier is able to get a good immobilize in, Ruby can possibly combo on that with a flicker offended and get their team set. So it really depends. They have to be able to take these risks, right? We're at this point in the game where you don't really have anything to lose, right? You just have to be able to execute and try to get a pick off, because in times like this, when teams usually have such a high advantage, they do tend to get greedy because, you know, we're in the lead, we're unstoppable, but no, you can be stopped. And the side of TS, they definitely have some pick off compositions like Xavier. He does kill as well as that Brody. Even though he's been focused, he's not looking too good in terms of KDA right now, 0-6-0. It doesn't matter as long as they can let him get online. Like we see Idyllics stalling these lanes here, which is kind of going to counter what I just said about making them get online. They're not going to be able to secure these items, to the goal to pick up some items here. But the side of Idyllics, man, they're picking up these items. Chia on this Farsa, a dominating force right now, having all of their core items, possibly going to opt in for that Blood Wings for the last item to top it off, right? We do see Ling with those true damage items, not picking up any defense, and he doesn't need it right now, right? There's no pressure coming from the enemy team right now. They can't even afford to contest these objectives, and they don't have the item economy in order to do that because they're being starved out right now. They are in a crisis right now. It's not looking good. It's not looking good. We definitely need to get a new government in the land of Dawn to help supply some items so Team Safakhans can fight back.
Definitely starving them out as they're not pushing out of this base, and they really don't have any choice. A wise decision from Idyllics, making the most out of the map, making the most out of the minions, and they are going to wait to sink these lanes until Lord pushes in to the mid. Now, looking at the side of Team Safakhans, they are down by, what, 13,000 gold? That is a lot of items they are behind, and even with this Luminous Lord, I'm not sure they can withstand this engagement, especially with the lanes being synced in, and time will tell as Lord is crashing in to the top inhibitor turret, and down it goes. You are seeing Lapu Lapu go in with the bravest fighter. He's gonna go ahead and get a stun as well. There goes that feathered airstrike, that dominant force that Rim spoke about. He's gonna go ahead and rain down on to the side of Team Safakhans, but not doing any damage to the team. Maybe doing a little bit of damage to that Lord in play, but they were able to withstand that ultimate. And now, speaking of engagements, Tempest of Blades going down. You are seeing Dawning Light as a response back, trying to push off Idyllics. They are able to take the mid inhibitor. You are seeing the Shadow Assault resting in by Karina. Gonna go ahead and try and get a kill. Team Sapphic is gonna go ahead and get a kill with that Brody over there on that torn apart memories. A double kill into the hands of Karina with the Shadow Assault. It's gonna go ahead and take out Excel and also Mockingbird. And man, oh man, what a turnaround. I think this is what Rim was saying. The overextension, the overaggression sometimes is costly, and that is what Team Safakhans was waiting on. Their backs were against the wall, and it did not phase them. But speaking of phasing, Jay with the Feather Airstrike is going to go ahead and find a kill on to Kaze, but a killing spree. Do you see Real getting a kill onto Karina in that process? 4 members down right now for the side of Idyllics to 2 members down for Team Safakhans, and I don't know if they can keep it up one more time. They may be able to find themselves on the winning side of the map, but if not, they have no inhibitors left. They have no defense. Backs against the wall. Might as well just turn around and let them take the Nexus. If you're not careful, you have to play together as a team. You cannot split push, and you need to wait for the side of Idyllics to be overly aggressive again and get some pickoffs.
Right, and that's what I was saying, like the combination potential that they have here. But you do see Xavier in a little bit of trouble.
Excel taking out Xavier. This is what we're saying. You're the back line. Why are you in the front? And that is Xavier down. 1 member for the side of Team Safakhans not able to join the fight. Their mage is fallen, but Kaze with the Shadow Assault is going to find the Cho, taking him down. A 1-for-1 trade, but you do see Tempest of Blades going down. Ruby with the I'm Offended possibly in play. Gonna go ahead and take out Ling. You do see Sapphic over there bursting down, getting a kill. Excel getting a kill onto Karina. Double kill for Excel. He's gonna take out the Brody. And man, oh man, they're falling left and right. Triple kill from Excel, taking out Ruby. Look at the Feather Airstrike, though, going down, forcing Diggy. This is a Diggy trying to fend off a Clint and a Farza, and you might as well just go in the Nexus and pray and just let them in this game, as there is nothing you can do. And ladies and gentlemen, Idyllics has taken game 1.
Beautiful gameplay from the side of Idyllics. They're able to play into their team composition and scale throughout this match, right? Gia and Jone on this, I don't know if I'm pronouncing this right, but the child there, their combo potential, focusing on that goal lane to help Excel secure this MVP, rightfully so, right? They definitely applied a lot of pressure, and you can definitely tell that looking at the statistics here, right? 72% team fight participation coming in from that mage, which is what you want to see. You want your mage to be that rotating force. You want to be able to apply pressure, and pressure applied, they did. The side of TS not really being able to have an answer, right? They lost in the draft, locking in that Diggy definitely sabotaged them, because like we said, when you're going against the burst comp, they're not depending on the CC. They have the damage that's going to make that time journey not really be able to be impactful. But hopefully they are willing to learn from this experience and have a more impactful drafting going up in game 2 here.
Man, oh man, speaking about pressure, pressure makes diamonds, and diamonds into the hands of Idyllics for game 1. But this is a best of 3, and the question is, who will prevail? Are we going to see Team Saphicons come back and even out the scoreboard, or are we going to see our second sweep of the day? Find out here shortly, as both teams are preparing to embark back into the Land of the Dawn for Game 2.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home. Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure. I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line, right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the Valley.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking to me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now, made it now. You can't ever break us down, break us down. I'll be reaching for the stars, wanna show me what they not, and I'll never ever stop. Won't never stop, yeah.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest, don't you know? You and I can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Land of the Dawn. We are the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, and we are on Season 1, Week 6, Day 4, and also on the bonus series, Series 4, Match 2. Two amazing teams currently competing. We've seen Idyllics over there fighting up against Team Saphicons in Game 1. With the swift finish starving Team Saphicons out, went into the hands of Idyllics. A little bit of a look at the schedule that we've seen today. Series 1, Dark Immortals versus Team Saint. Team Saint took the best of 3 with a 2-1 fashion. Series 2, D-Gods versus Avalanche. That was the first sweep that we've seen today. And then Series 3, Chubby versus Nefarious. A very high skill macro and micro game. Chubby able to take the victory for the series with a 2-1 finish. And now on to the final series. Series 4, Team Saphicon versus Idyllics. Idyllics with the lead 1-0. Gotta ask the question, are we gonna see the side of Team Saphicons find an answer, find some food, find some better economy for the early game to not be starved out by Idyllics on that phenomenal finish? Are they gonna be able to even out the tides, lower the waters, and take us to a Game 3? We have two amazing casters on the desk today. We have the play-by-play Coach Deku, do you even breathe? And then we also have Master Rim in the building, the master of cookie dough, making that special appearance. How you guys doing today?
I'm doing good, man. Here to cast over potentially the final match of this very long night in the MLSA. We're up here on the after hours, the late night show at the MLSA, man. This has been a long ride tonight, but it's been fun. We've seen some great series, and maybe we'll see an even longer series if the side of Saphicons can maybe even this up.
Definitely. Speaking of even though, I do like the side of their draft right now. So hopefully they set up a GoFundMe after last game, and we're definitely seeing that they probably have some coaching on their hands. But I'm gonna interrupt myself here. And we all know, if you're an NA player, right, you do know that TS Tara is known for being a master on this Natalia, and we've been seeing in chat, no nat, no win, but they are able to secure the nat. But I'm not sure how comfortable I feel with that pick, because you are using Natalia into a Kaja and a Yve, both who's able to, reveal you as soon as they see that exclamation mark. And even though her passive was changed, where if you have a skill shot, you're not going to be able to target her. They are AoE skill-based damage dealers. So I'm not too sure how I feel about them locking in that Natalia, though. Coach, my bad, y'all. Coach, what do you think so far, looking at these drafts here?
I'm kind of in the same boat as you as far as the Natalia pick. Yeah, it's a comfort pick, definitely. If you want to increase the odds in winning, I guess it kind of fits that theme, as Tara is a very proficient Natalia, but you're facing up against a lot of picks that just don't really lean into the Natalia matchup, right? You said the Kaja able to reveal with that ring of order there, and then you have the Yve as well. Once you're kind of exposed Natalia, you can easily keep Natalia in a position where she's not able to escape, especially with those slows, and especially after that Ice Plume wand is picked up, and then everything else is really hard to target as well. Mortis is an insane task to take down with Natalia. Same with the Benedetta. Your only real option is to either catch this Yve without real world, or maybe be able to catch Carrie off guard. Carrie is going to be going in the jungle, so there won't be any flicker, any sprint, or any purify really. So that it could potentially work, right? So that is going to be a jungle carry. This Roam Natalia. Oh, actually, it's not Roam. This is the gold lane Natalia. That's even more interesting here, as you won't be facing up against carry in the gold lane against one of those matchups that we just said are going to be very hard. So it's going to be very interesting to see how the way Cyphic works around this, and Terra specifically.
I don't know. I feel like Master, being a comfort player, I used to be one myself, right? But when you're going into these team compositions, you would want to play one of your comfort picks, but you have to think about what you slotting that is going to do for your team. Is it really going to put your team at an advantage right now? And they thought they were going to counter pick by going against this carry in the gold lane, which would have given the Natalia pick an easier time. But like we see, it's carry in the jungle, and I'm not too sure who this Natalia is going to be able to go for, right? Because if you look at the composition of Idyllics right now, they do have heroes that's capable of slotting a lot of defensive items. And then Natalia is not really going to be one of those heroes where she can pierce through that defense. She has a hard time, engaging on teams that can capitalize off damage items as well as sustainability, right? And even though she can go for that heave without the real world manipulation, I can already tell that the Kaja is possibly not gonna leave her alone. Like, we did see the rotations coming in from them in the last game. So it's definitely going to be very hard for that Natalia pick to find any openings during this game here.
Yeah, that's right. And speaking of openings here, could use a little insight onto the match, if you would. A little hard to cast over something I can't see. I can't get the vision of Idyllics and Team Cycling. A little bit of technical difficulty here. Word to Big Bird. Word to Big Bird. Mayday. A little assistance here. If we could get the game showing for some of this casting to go on here. A little hard, like I said, to break down what I can't see. If you would, please get me into the land of dawn with the teams.
It looks like one of their members disconnected, so we will be joining back momentarily. Guys, don't go anywhere. We are going to kind of hunt that member down and drag him back into the land of the dawn. So we'll be right back with you guys as that member spawns back in and is ready to go. So see you guys shortly after we have both teams ready to compete back inside of this match.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home. Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure. I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line, right here, right now.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back in the land of the dawn, and these teams are ready. So without wasting any time, we're going to jump straight back into the game with some amazing casting by Coach Deku and also the on-point analysis from Master Rim.
Definitely some more action going on, and with Rim by my side here, I'm feeling good, feeling great looking between these two teams, but Team Cyphic not feeling as good as us. They are down 1-0 in the series. They're going to have to find a way to even this up if they want to be able to secure a win or at least go for a Game 3 up against Idyllics, and that's ideal, but we have to really face the facts here. Can they measure up? Can they match up against Idyllics? We've seen the macro and micro come out from Idyllics, and it may be a little too much for Cyphics to handle. Speaking of things, not being able to handle Terra, finding the first blood on that Natalia, living up to that comfort hero pick. But on the opposite side, Cyphic is getting forced out by the members of Idyllics. They're looking for the trade, and that's going to fall to the hands of Zone on that Kaja.
That sustainability coming in there from that Yuzhang almost saved his life, but ultimately it was still taken away from him by 3 members from Idyllics there. But I like the focus that I'm seeing here. Speaking of focus,
Being in the focus, we are seeing a little bit going on in that bot side again. Flickers coming out from both sides. Decimation, though, is going to find the Lolita. Was it worth it, though? That is going to be the Martis for a roamer, but team fight still going on. Fight is not going to end here. It can. Getting dropped very low, but now it's like both teams are going to disengage there, as the only trade is going to go into the favor of Idyllics there.
yeah, and that's the thing, right? Slotting them again, slotting this Natalia. She is going up against a map. Speaking of things going up against, we do see a contest for this turtle.
These teams are going back and forth as Roger is going to find the turtle here. Are they going to look for more? Are they going to look for a trade? Maybe. We do see Sci-Fi put a little bit of pressure on Gia here, but signs of life coming out from Cybercons. Like we said, they are going to have to fight back to even this up 1-1. That looks like that's exactly what they're going to look to do. That is their game plan. They're not going to lay down and roll over for the side of Idyllics, but clash going on the bot side. Sci-Fi getting dropped pretty low up against Mockingbird. You don't want to get that in range of decimation there. We do know how Martis can go ahead and execute those fights as the HP drops. Speaking of HP dropping, Terra on this Natalia being chased down by this Benedetta, but eating a lot of turret shots and very low. But Terra is going to be able to survive. But in that bot side, Mockingbird does go ahead and find that kill on Cyvic, but another trade from Idyllics on the way here potentially. But Mortal Coil's coming out from Martis, looking to escape. Stun from Lolita, Decimation, not going to lead him anywhere up until death, as Kagger will put the umbrella and a little bit of rain on his parade down there in the XP lane.
Now that's kind of overkill, locking in that aluminum blast there. They really wanted him dead, and dead he was. But in the top lane, speaking of death,
we're still seeing a lot of action here. Real trying to apply that pressure on this Roger here. Is going to be able to disengage, but there's Terra looking to find the kill and not going to be able to. Real is going to go ahead and catch him with the light wheels there. And still action going on. It's just not enough for them. They're still looking for more trades, as we are now seeing they are starting to back up here as Idyllics was able to come make a little trade, make a little play in the top side in return.
that's what I'm seeing here, right? Team Sapphic definitely is giving them some more of a fight. They're not just on the defense, and we can see that when this clash.
Yeah, and there's a lot of those going on as real world manipulation does drop in the mid lane, but that's utility falling out from the side of Idyllics ahead of this turtle. They're not going to have that utility in play for this neutral objective, but it's like they already do have the control, though, as far as the river goes, as Martis keeping an eye on a Roger. And speaking of keep an eye on the Martis here, he is zoning this Roger pretty deep into the jungle. Roger going to make some work on that blue buff, but in the meantime, Real is going to go ahead and burst down this turtle, and with no contest, that's going to be an easy, speaking of no contest, Scythic is going to join the fight, but Real is still going to pick up that turtle with the retribution. He gets suppressed by the divine judgment. Might have been a bad call from Scythic, maybe bit off a little more than he can chew, but Real's not going to argue with that. That's a free kill and a free turtle for them. But here comes Terra with the conceal on this Natalia. Isn't going to be able to take out Real. Does not find it. And here comes Roger into the fray. Electro blow to split the fight in half. And now trying to find the mark, trying to find the kill. Kaze able to disengage, able to escape. But a lot of pressure from Idyllics right now, finding those neutrals and finding a way to put that aggression on the side of Team Sci-Fi.
Exactly, and looking at these items, they're definitely picking up stuff to counter the aggression, right? Almost every member on the side of Idyllics locking in some form of physical defense. And as I was saying, that Natalia is going to be responsible for securing some of these pickoffs, but they can't pick off if you're not dealing damage. Speaking of damage.
Speaking of damage, speaking of pickoffs, Kaze trying to find the kill, but no, is going to get halted in its tracks. Dropping the member low, but not able to execute and complete that kill. But speaking of execute, Yin Yang overturn, going to find Zane on that Kaze. That is a kill into the hand of Cybercon. Looking to pick up the pace, looking to invade over into the space of Idyllics. They are in the jungle, applying the pressure, cutting the wave. They could focus in on this tower potentially, but no. Looks like the cut is enough. It looks like they're going to go away, but running into the face of Mockingbird on this Martis. Here comes Real with the speedy light wheels, looking to punish somebody. Mortal Coils is going to be able to try to knock out the Lolita, will force the flicker, and now a conceal as well. But with all that going on, with Martis making that rotation with no profit, Scythic, the XP laner, is going to be able to go ahead and pick up that tower in the bot side and open up some opportunity now for the side of Scythic, being the first or one of the towers being taken down. But Mockingbird, oh no, he's been unlocked. He's found 2 kills with the decimation, looking to make it 3 on Kaze, and now he finally gets taken out, but the damage has already been done. Is now Real and company is looking to go ahead and take down this tier 3 mid tower.
And that's the thing, right? They're looking at these team fights. I definitely favor the side of Idyllics, mostly because Team Saphicons, they made themselves be heavily countered in every aspect of the draft, right? The laning matchups here, even with the Roamer. That Lolita, we do know that Aluminum Blast can only be successful if it's coming as a surprise. But it's hard to surprise people who has an answer to stop what you're capable of. They have the crowd control coming in on the Martis. They also have this Kaja that's able to cancel that Aluminum Blast. And when they have no one else who's capable of setting, because like I said, the Natalia was going to be very detrimental for the side of Team Africans, but Idyllics has an answer for everything that they can dish out right now. Speaking of things being dished out,
we are seeing a little bit of engage on the top side. They wanted to find Benedetta there, but hard to catch that slippery assassin. Going to come up short, come up empty-handed. Now they're going to regroup, refocus around the river, but hang on here. Terra almost getting revealed by zoning on the Kaja. He does get revealed, and we were talking about that. It is very hard to play this Natalia amongst these members. So many skills, reliable skills to go ahead and reveal, and not only reveal, but capture Natalia once exposed. Gonna have to play it safe, gonna have to play it cautious and around the team, which you don't really want to do as the assassin. You kind of want to go for your own angles, go for your own pickoffs, but doesn't really have an option up against the composition of Idyllics.
And exactly, I love that you mentioned that because again, about to be picked off here.
Khan getting dropped low, gonna fall into the hands of Real. That is the third kill for him. He's sitting 3-0 on fire. Speedy Light Wheels looking at Kaze, looking at Roger. Double kill into the hands of Real, and know why. He is definitely on pace to go ahead and shut down Team Cyphers with this carry, applying pressure to the Black Dragon. Cypher gonna have to go ahead and back away, but Excel not gonna let that happen. Looking to pinch them a sandwich on this bot tower. Cypher's left all alone here as they're looking to go ahead and take him out. Excelling on the assassin is going to be able to take that kill there ahead of this Lord spawning in less than 10 seconds.
They have what it takes to be able to put up a fight if Team Saphicons do decide to contest, right? Looking at these items, the side of Idyllics is definitely building in that defense, right? We see the Martas, the Benedetta, as well as Kaja locking in those core defensive items to counter the heavy physical presence that the side of Team Saphicons has at their disposal. I will say though, right? Kagura, if she's able to secure her first 3 core items, she will be able to deal some heavy damage. Speaking of dealing some heavy damage here.
Speaking of heavy damage, speaking of secure, Mortal Coil is going to lead to the decimation on the XP laner. Cyphic down to this Martis, but speaking of down, a trade. Roger is going to be able to find Benedetta in the jungle, but here comes Eve, applying that slow. Real world can set in at any time. Reality is on their side, on their favor, but speaking on the favor, on the side, Natalia, keep an eye on it, in the bush. Terra looking to make a play. If they split up, this will be the engage. Oh, Gia and Real holding hands, but no, being revealed by the carry. Again, Terra not able to find the execution, not able to find the ambush. Side of Idyllics doing a good job of keeping him revealed and being able to get him off that invisibility. Not going to let those kills come free for Terra on this Natalia.
It's like you said, right? Once you can reveal a Natalia, that is like you playing Fanny, but you're building her with attack speed build, right? It's just not gonna work in your favor. It's not gonna be able to dish out any damage or have any purpose. Speaking of damage and purpose, there we do see the side of Team Saphicons trying to early defend this push here.
Trying to defend, but now Black Dragon has been using. There's the concealed play. Sentry has been pulled out, though, so the conceal won't lead to much. But speaking of leading to much, Real finding a kill on Cyphic. Black Dragon down. Real world manipulation is in play. Reality setting in. Team Cyphic is on the brink of elimination here as the bot inhibitor has been taken out. Lord is gone, but not the members of Idyllics. They're looking to end this game right here, right now. And they're going to be able to take out Khan. Real going to find the mage for Team Cyphic. Now they're left alone with Lolita and Roger. That's all that's left on the board. Oh, and Terra, but there he is, a walking cannon minion at this point, not being able to find the back line, not able to execute. 1 kill found in the beginning of this game, and that's all that's been left since then. 11 minutes in, not able to find any precious targets.
It's See, and even if they wanted to lock in this Natalia, right, I would have very much opted in for them to put it in the roam position, because locking her in that EXP lane is going to, one, limit her roaming potential and pick-off potential, right? And she already lost that lane. But if they slotted her in as a roamer and possibly locked in some type of support elsewhere on the map, it probably would have done better for them. Speaking of things being better for them.
Speaking of things being better, it's getting worse for Terra as he does get taken out by the Benedetta. And now the Petrify has been called in play. Hold on, Numium Blast. But no, the CC is going to shut it down. And you talked about it. Not able to get those Numium Blasts. And now can. The Kagura being dropped low. Excel going to find him. Black Dragon coming in, but it's a little too late. Idyllics looking to end the match. They pop the Immortality, and they're going to stack up to find the kill. There it goes. Decimation from Mars is going to find the lead. The Cyphic all alone. The 1v5 isn't going to come to his favor as Martis is going to pick up the double kill. And now Idyllics can end it right here, right now. And they will. The 5-man parade to the Nexus. Vaseem Skype is going to get him out of here. A 2-0 sweep to end the night here at the MLSA.
Victory!
Beautiful game coming from the side of Idyllics here. They're definitely being very bold right now in terms of fronts and frontline compositions, right? Looking at Gianna's Eve able to offer that slow and that burn to keep the members of TS in the fights a little longer and still being able to dish out some damage while they are on the retreat. Looking at the statistics though, even though this carry was a jungle carry, having the same amount of team fight presence as this Kaja in the roam position here. So very beautiful reads and feedbacks and execution coming in from the side of Idyllics here. Looking at the statistics from the side of TS though, it's definitely reflective on the draft, right? Like I said, if they drafted a little bit better, which I hope that was something that they would learn from in game one, which I thought they did, right? In the early phases of the draft, when they had the Lolita and the Yuzhong, they had such a heavy team fight presence, right? They had the set potential, they had the damage, and they were setting up to have a great team fight composition. But then in the second half of the draft, when they locked in this Natalia, they locked in this Roger in the jungle, it kind of fell off from there, and Idyllics was definitely able to capitalize since the draft phase.
Man, oh man, what a game and what a closeout for today's scheduled scrims. We got to see some amazing series, and for the last one, a sweep 2-0 into the hands of Idyllics over on Team Sapphicon. Just a little bit of a breakthrough, a little bit of a rewind in time through the events that we went through inside of the Land of the Dawn today. 4 series. Series 1, Dark Immortals versus Team Saint. It ended in a 2-1 finish. Then that was for Team Saint taking that win for Series 1. Series 2, D-Gods versus Avalanche. That was the first sweep of the day into the favor of D-Gods. Then Series 3, one of the highest elo matches we have seen for North America in the MLSA. And honestly, that was better than some of the matches in M4. You were able to see Chubby, the brand new team in the MLSA, taking the win for the series over on Nefarious 2-1. And then to close it out, we've seen the second sweep of the day, this time for the side of Idyllics, beating out Team Sapphicon. We are the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, and I appreciate you guys embarking with us on this long journey through 4 series best of 3. Make sure you guys shout out all the casters today. Some phenomenal casting and clips and highlights in the Land of the Dawn that will be posted here momentarily on our YouTube channel, so definitely stay tuned for that as well. So appreciate them. We had Coach Deco on the play-by-play, the analyst. Speaking of analysts, we had a bunch of them today. We had Master Rim in the building, who you heard previously on the last scrim right there. And then we also had Eunice with that special appearance, a player as well over there for Nefarious. And then Manny on the analyst as well. That is the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy casters, and I appreciate you guys being a part of today's stream. My name is Weezy, and I've been your host today, and it has been a pleasure. Now, that is going to close out week 6. We opened up the doors to the Academy for like a month and a half ago, and I think that we're slowly embarking on 2 months. It shows you how much time flies, but one thing that you can definitely gauge off of is how well these teams are progressing as we, climb through the weeks. So going forward, if you guys are out there in North America and you guys want to compete and you want to take your casual gameplay to a professional platform and start playing in future events for like NAMPL, NACT, heck, even M4, this is the place to do it. Make sure you guys sign up officially on our Mobile Legends Scrim Academy Discord server. Get your teams registered and compete now. If you're a solo player, don't worry about it. We have a spot for you guys to put your stats in, and some of these top teams you've seen compete today may possibly pick you up. As always, it's been a pleasure, guys. Thank you so much for spending your time with us. We will be live again on Monday for King of the Hill starting at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. As always, it's been a pleasure. Take care of yourself. Take care of each other. And we'll see you guys in the next draft. Peace and love, baby. See ya.